piece. So as the Army develops the integrated battle command system, we have to work closely with, Missile Defense Agency and the other services to where we get a holistic C2 architecture where it's not just stovepipe between services. This is how you get after, a large-scale attack where everybody's seeing the same air picture and able to pass those targets to different regional effectors to be able to get after the threat.
You are putting, systems that you've had, like Patriot, into Ukraine and into the Middle East. Patriot's been in CENTCOM AOR for a long time. Is there anything new that you're learning? And also, you're sending the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System into Israel as well to help them. So, what have you learned specifically about capability that current systems bring to the fight that maybe weren't totally apparent or had been proved out that you are now seeing that capability be validated out there?
Yeah, this is gets after and hints at the transformation in contact. So we've taken the Patriot system, and I've been part of the Patriot system for a long time. I wasn't there when it was an inception of it, but a long time. And so I've got to see the Patriot system evolve over time, and we've transformed that capability. We've added different interceptors. We went from the standard Patriot interceptor all the way up to the MSC interceptor. We've incrementally improved the radar to make the radar better, see further, see faster target set. So we've continued to grow that system to where it's still a viable system against a lot of the threats today. But we know we have to evolve that system. So again, we're not just throwing the system out. Through our integrated battle command system, we're going to plug and play elements of the Patriot concept to make it more of a 360 capability, taking the LTAMS radar, replacing it out, which is a much greater radar, provides significantly more capability, allows us to optimize our interceptors and continue moving forward and continue to transform and modernize our capability. But before I leave that, you brought up a great point about the stress on our force and the stress on the Patriot. Patriot-centric, we've been a Patriot-centric air and missile defense force for a long time. So Patriot has really taken on the brunt of all of the threats for the U.S. Army. So our soldiers have been called as essentially the 911 for any conflict or any deterrence in favor of some of the countries we're protecting. And our soldiers are amazing. They have responded in every instance. But we're asking a lot of our air and missile defense soldiers and their families, and the way they respond consistently to the enormous requirement in Optempo that's out there is truly impressive, and I remain to be truly proud of the air and missile defense community and what they're doing.
Absolutely. I did want to ask about the Indo-Pacific theater influencing the Army's plans for future air and missile defense capabilities. Its depth, how formations are designed in the future. Guam is something that the Army is deeply involved in building out their air and missile defense architecture. So if you could talk a little bit about that and how that's potentially shaping how you look at the formations out there.
Well, I love all the COCOMs, but the Indo-PACOM is near and dear to me as the former commander of the 94th, and all the time I spent out there in traveling that vast array of area out there. But what I would tell you is, whether it's defense of Guam, whether it's defending Japan, Korea, the core elements of the air and missile defense modernization for the Army remains the same. And the beauty of what we're doing is we're able to tailor our forces now. So with integrated battle command system, I can tailor Patriot, counter cruise missile, and as Frank Lozano and the team integrates the IBCS maneuver for the short range air defense in the Counter-UAS, I'm able to mismatch the effectors and sensors to be able to tailor the force. So whether it's Guam, any of the locations in the Pacific, I've now given that commander, the Army has given that commander flexibility to tailor his force to meet the threat as he sees it.
Taking that pressure off that Patriot.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Well, excellent. The Army put out a space vision at the beginning of the year. How has SMDC contributed to that vision, and what's in the works to execute that vision in the coming years?
Yeah, so the great thing about the space vision, it takes the space enterprise, not only the space enterprise, but the Army in totality. and really challenges the Army and sets a roadmap for the Army on how we take space and not just rely on space professionals, but everybody becomes a space professional, from our leaders all the way down to our soldiers, and understand that it is no longer a safe, sterile environment where the adversary is not going to attempt to degrade or deny the capabilities. And we rely a lot on space capabilities to be able to do, whether it's long-range precision fires, maneuver, communicate. And the space vision really lays that roadmap to say, hey, everybody needs to be trained in this type of environment. Everybody needs to be proficient in space-based capabilities. Now we're following it up with the Army space training strategy.
Okay.
That's going to take the components, what I highlighted, and find a way, lay out a way for the soldiers to get trained and more proficient, whether it's through the training centers, through the schoolhouse, and continue to build that expertise in space all the way down to the soldier level.
Okay. Now, your command sent a proposal up the chain to establish a space-dedicated military occupation specialty for non-commissioned officers during the earlier stages of their career. So how is that received, and where does this proposal stand?
See, that's the great thing about U.S. Army Space and Missile Defense Command. See all these great initiatives that we're involved in, and all the cutting-edge future areas we're involved in, and that's why it's so exciting to be part of this great command. So, as I highlighted, the space vision and realizing the Space Force, right now, our space formations, specifically our 1st Space Brigade, and some of our space formations inside of our multi-domain task forces, and the one that's going to be in the new formation, the TSEG, out in the Pacific. Our soldiers are pulled from several different branches. We pull soldiers from the Signal Corps, we pull them from the military intelligence, air defense, and it's almost essentially borrowed manpower for a couple of years. We train them up, we invest a lot of resources in training, and then we send them back out to their original branches to move forward. So as you can see, there's a better business model out there to move forward. So by taking those soldiers, bringing them in as young enlisted soldiers, young privates, as a MOS, teaching them their skill set and building that skill set. So now we're starting to build confident, not that our non-commissioned officers aren't confident already, but you build that expertise in that non-commissioned officer. So now he can mentor, guide those younger soldiers because he's been through it, been part of it, become an expert in his craft and able to move it forward. So that's what we're trying to do. And we're doing it in a no-growth environment. So we're essentially taking those authorizations, just turning them into space MOS soldiers, and then be able to build that competency in having a professional non-commissioned officer corps within that MOS, and then eventually hopefully transition that into a Army space branch.
Okay. All right. So where does it stand? Are you able to start doing this, or are you still waiting for the final go ahead?
Not yet. We're still waiting on the final go ahead.
Okay.
We're close
right.
though. We're
I'll
close.
check back in with you later on
so
that.
it's up at the Department of the Army headquarters. So it's going through final staffing, and then eventually the Chief of Staff in the Army and the Secretary will make a final decision on it, and like I said, then we can talk about it once it becomes official.
Excellent. I know we're almost out of time, but I did want to ask about the lower tier, aerial tier of threats that you are needing to look at. Counter-UAS. I know there's a proof of concept at Fort Greely in progress, and soldiers are sort of training and experimenting with Counter-UAS systems to defend missile defense complex. So can you talk about what you're doing there and how that's going?
Yeah, so it's not a coincidence that in my last job I was the Joint Counter-UAS office, and
it's a good transition.
and Northcom is looking to exude more influence in the Counter-UAS. So what an opportunity! You take a strategic site, you take capability that's been developed within the Army and the Joint Counter-UAS office, and you provide it to a commander who's very familiar with the capabilities and challenges around it, and then you implement it. And so I went to the Army and the Northcom commanders and said, hey, what a great opportunity we have here to really validate a capability architecture in the homeland where there's so many challenges in the homeland. But our biggest challenge in the homeland is not so much capability, it's authorities to leverage
Yes,
that capability
yeah.
and what type of capability you can use. And so we've challenged that, and we've pushed the envelope a little bit, and we've pushed some of the authorities and specifically the 130I authority, and worked closely with Northcom, where General Gio has embraced this, and under his umbrella, we're employing capability that's not employed. For example, we're employing a CURS radar.
Okay. Yeah.
You'll find that radar nowhere but CENTCOM right now. We're employing low collateral interceptor, the drone hunter. This was a capability that was used in some of our countries for some of their events, and it's now providing a soft kinetic capability to capture these drones and take them to a place of our choosing, taking another racing drone with a capture system, capture that drone. So we're doing things differently in that location to be able to provide feedback. So what I can tell you is we've done our validation exercise. Our operators were 6 of 6 capturing, with our drone hunter, capturing replicated threat drones. And so we're up and operational, ready to begin operations to feed that into Northcom, to General Gio, and then to hopefully validate this concept, and then to allow to tailor that type of force as we move forward.
Okay, well, we are out of time, and I know you have a full schedule and probably need to go check out the LTAM sensor just down the way here.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for taking the time today, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thanks, Jen. Appreciate you having me. Thank you.
Well, Rash, thank you for joining us. You're at the Rapid Capabilities and Critical Technologies Office, otherwise known as RICTO. Appreciate you being here. I know you have a busy schedule here at AUSA, but I wanted to dive into some of the programs that your office is working on. You know, you get a lot of attention for things like hypersonic development, directed energy, but you know, recently we discussed the multi-domain artillery cannon program. So can you talk a little bit about what you're doing there with that specific effort?
Sure, and great to see you, Jen. I hope you're having a great conference. So, multi-domain artillery cannon system is a new start for RICTO. Obviously, we're waiting on appropriations, but really picking up a science and technology effort that's been worked at the Strategic Capabilities Office for a long time, really trying to get after the cost curve on engaging, you know, in the air missile defense domain. You know, everything now, and we've got very, very capable effectors at the missile, on the missile side of the house, but they're very expensive. So multi-domain artillery cannon system is an attempt to develop a operational prototype capability that uses a hypervelocity projectile out of a traditional, you know, artillery cannon system to lower the projectile, being less expensive than an interceptor, to get at some of our more advanced threats. Really excited about this. This is going to be a go fast RICTO effort. I've got about 3 years to take this capability and get it to a battery level configuration so we can take it out into the Army and do an operational assessment.
Okay. Talk about what your, you know, this was a program that was originally part of the SCO, the Strategic Capabilities Office. They've done a lot of work. This is based also off of the technology that the Army was working on for a while. Extended range artillery, cannon artillery program, which was you know, moved back into S&T, uses a much longer cannon tube, but you plan on using elements of the IRCA system and taking what SCO has developed. So talk a little bit about, you know, what SCO has done to work on, you know, both the IRCA, you know, maybe solving some of the issues that the Army ran into with that, and some of the work that they've done to kind of bring this technology to bear so that you can make it Army green, if you will.
Great question. So SCO has done a tremendous effort, and this isn't just a near-term effort for them. They've been working this problem for a while, really working the kill chain, the entirety of the kill chain, so the interferometer radar, all the way, which actually tracks not just the target, but the hypervelocity projectile, because it's steerable. So they've worked that kill chain really hard, and we believe have a good demonstratable capability at this point in time. The IRCA aspect of it was obviously a cannon that was available, and they didn't use the entire system. They used components of it, but certainly the main artillery piece itself, the 58 caliber cannon tube, really good for this type of mission set based on the amount of muzzle velocity that you can get out of that, but we're using it slightly different. We're going with smooth bore for the projectile we have versus rifling. That should help with some of the reliability, and also some modifications of some components like muzzle breach, where there were some early issues with IRCA. We have learned from that. A lot of the team the Army's had working on this program has been embedded with SCO, as well as taking the lessons learned from the IRCA program so that we don't have to relearn those as we do our next level of prototyping.
Interesting to see IRCA have life elsewhere in the Army, even though it is no longer you know, headed down a certain path. In terms of getting a battery of this capability out, what are you looking at in timeline?
So as we receive funding, we'll immediately award contracts, probably multiple contracts. We're going to leverage some of the work that SCO has done. Their work continues on as we begin. So there's the design authority of the system, and the Strategic Capabilities Office owns that now. They will transition that authority to us, so we'll pick that up here probably second quarter of 25, and we'll award the contracts to take the design that they have, make the modifications that we do to build that system out. And it'll take a year or two. We'll do our testing through that, hopefully receive delivery of those final systems in the 27 time frame, go through a fielding of that, and then do our operational assessment on the back end to inform those future POM decisions for the Army.
Okay, very interesting concept. The Army, you know, part of what you do within RICTO is to support the Joint Small UAS Office, although I think it's changing to Counter Unmanned anything system office. There's going to be another demo. They do a demo, about every year, maybe 2 every year, and the focus is going to be on the electromagnetic spectrum. So, can you talk about how you're supporting that, and what specifically you are looking at as part of this demo that's also run out of the JCO?
So the team, I have a team that's embedded within JCO. And they're the acquisition professionals. So JCO has the requirements. They lay out the concepts. They help lay the pathway, the strategic path for the services. And my team embedded within that group ensures that we're doing all the right execution of dollars and as we pass those funds down to services to execute. And they also take a big role in these demos. So coming up in the spring will be Demo 6. As you mentioned, it's really focused on an electromagnetic environment, realizing there will probably be shorter range when you're dealing with that, but trying to model the environment based upon all the lessons learned, all the things we're seeing in Ukraine, all the things that we project to see, potentially in the Indo-Pacific, and setting up a realistic operational environment. Kind of breaking that demo up into two sections. One is be 40 millimeter and below, really focused on Group 3, and then a second line of effort focused on Group 1 and 2 UAS, but looking more at wearables, things that soldiers can carry, something I can affix to my weapon or have a handheld device. So kind of 2 different classes of things. And interestingly, and for this demo as well, we're trying to find a way to incentivize industry. So we're working on a strategy, and our plan is to turn it into a competition with an actual cash award at the end. We're still working the legal aspects of how do we execute that, but we've heard from industry that, hey, they keep coming out and participating in these, and so we want their innovation, and nothing drives innovation more than competition. So by having a prize, making it a prize event will help. To that end, even coming out of the Demo 5 that we did this last spring, early summer, we actually have some residual dollars that we plan to buy some of those systems from Demo 5 to actually take to that next level of operational testing, and the team's working the contracting strategy to award those contracts here in the very near future.
Okay, great to see some things kind of coming out of the demo that might turn into some capability in the near term. In terms of the electromagnetic spectrum threats that you are seeing, what are you learning specifically from places like Ukraine, where that's highly contested? And how do you, what types of solutions are kind of out there that you've seen, as you kind of prepare for this demo? Sure.
So the environment we're seeing in Ukraine, obviously jamming, significant, GPS denial. Those are the big things that affect efficacy of systems. So, we're trying to incentivize industry to harden these systems against those environments, and there's things that they can do for that, and we'll get a chance to test them out in the most realistic environment as we can. Obviously, I can't get into too much details on that. It goes into different levels of discussion, but try to provide the most realistic environment we can for that testing. And again, as always, we provide that data back to industry so they can take it and make those systems even better for the future. Okay,
great. You are also involved in the human-machine integration formation effort. We really got kind of a first glance of what that could look like with some experimentation in March at Fort Irwin as part of Project Convergence. We saw everything from UAS, small UAS, dropping grenades, to ground robots, to you name it.
The first battalion-size combined arms live fire exercise with robots and humans operating side by side.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah, and since then you've been able to take robotic combat vehicles out and really test them. You gave them to the OPFOR, and then switched sides and had them fight on the other side. So what are some of the things you're learning out of all of this? Because part of what you're working on at RICTO is to figure out where it makes sense to have certain capabilities, certain robotic autonomous capabilities out there to best help a soldier in the field. It's not just about getting cool technology out there; it's about it making sense. So talk a little bit about what you're seeing out there, and then also, what are some of the challenges that you're still running into with this. I mean, it's hard just to connect these systems for
Sure.
one. So.
So to your first point, I wouldn't say RICTO is necessarily determining on where they operate, but we're trying to provide capabilities that we can give to those units, small units. We're starting small. General Rainey's his bumper sticker was think big, start small, go fast. So we're starting at the small company formation level, armor and infantry, embedding those systems. We will embed those systems within it, and not just for an experiment, but for long term. What we're seeing in our experimentation out at the combat training centers is reliability is a challenge. When you have systems that have kind of been built in the lab, you learn a lot more when you put them out and you give them to a soldier. So we're learning those typical things and watching and capturing that knowledge so that we can do that level of hardening as we go into the RICTO prototyping that we're doing now. We're learning that the network is a challenge in this environment. You've got to have reliable network. You've got to be able to project those autonomous platforms out of the line of fire or ahead of the line of fire of where our soldiers are. If I have to have a chase vehicle controlling it 500 meters behind, it's not doing me a whole lot of good. So spending a lot of time on the architecture for the network, ensuring that it's reliable, ensuring that it has the bandwidth to support all of the things we're doing today, and also trying to project what we'll need in the future.
Yeah.
So that's a big level of effort there. I would say is the thing I'm most excited about over the last 6 or 8 months, as we've been waiting for the above threshold reprogramming to move through Congress, is developing the standards. Right. So industry, and you walk on the floor, you see so much autonomy stuff and HMIF.
There's a lot of concepts out there today.
Human machine integrated formation is becoming a verb. Everybody's doing it, and I see it at lots of booths. And we want to give industry kind of the technical baseline that the Army's settling in on, so they can build to that. A modular open systems architecture where we can don't necessarily need the whole thing from industry, but hey, what do you have that will make this better? And we'll buy that, and we'll put it in the architecture. But getting that architecture out in that technical baseline with all the interfaces to industry so that they can build and adapt their thing to it, whether it's the platform itself, whether it's additional autonomy software, or whether it's a payload that we need to put on in the future. I think we'll see the biggest change next year here at AUSA once they have a chance to get their hands on that and start really applying their innovation. That's what I'm really excited about.
Okay, excellent. Well, I look forward to that discussion. The RICTO is working on a bunch of other programs that don't get a lot of attention. One is called the Dronenut. I love the name. What is it, and how does the Dronenut improve the Army's unmanned aerial capabilities, and what are its unique features compared to other drone programs?
So TAC Dronenut was one of the initiatives we started after one of our innovation days a couple of years back, and it had very good promise. So we continued to pay a little to continue to develop it. It is a small, ruggedized, kind of handheld size UAS, put in the Group 1 class. But it's specifically designed to work within confined spaces. So imagine dismounted infantry, platoon moving up, and there's a village or there's a building. And are there good guys in there or are there bad guys in there? It's really hard to figure that out. So this UAS is meant to get inside the building, open door, open window, and it won't run into the wall and crash to the floor. It's designed to, number one, avoid those, but even if it hits it, it's designed in a way to protect it, to allow it to continue to navigate, to do identification, classification of what's in there, and even if you just want something in there, maybe nobody's in that building now, but there might be somebody later. It can actually go into a perch and stare mode where I have continual ISR coming out of that location. Done a lot of testing on that to date. We just did some testing this last summer down at Fort Moore, and we're waiting for the operational report for that. More than likely transitioning to PO Aviation. We found a transition partner who will take this and continue to mature it, but really excited about that team and all the great work they've done with that capability. As a former infantryman, it speaks to me, right? Wondering what's in that building or what's in that cave. Now we're trying to give them something to do that.
Well, it seems like something that you could quickly get into transforming in contact. There's a lot of UAS capabilities that the light forces are looking at right now, and so it'll be interesting to see if that progresses that way. You also have a program called WHISPR, which stands for Wideband Selective Propagation Radar. What is that?
Great acronym, isn't it?
It is. It's good. Perfect for a radar. What advancements have been made in this wideband selective propagation radar, and how does it improve the Army's radar capabilities?
So this is a system. there will be a component of other systems, right? So in the active protection system arena, a lot of work going on to try to figure out how to protect our combat vehicles. And so one of the big things in detecting the threat coming in is being able to see it quick enough to allow a response, a kinetic or non-kinetic response to either a small, maybe a 30 cal munition coming in, maybe it's a missile or a rocket fired at it, but being able to detect that. So Whisper is a low observable radar. So the problem with radars is you put them on and it's like having the headlights on, everybody sees you. We just talked about electromagnetic spectrum. We're now contributing to that. But Whisper operates in an area where it's just hard to observe. You can't detect it from as big a range. And so we worked on developing that technology in that particular band to see if we could actually get the detection of potential targets in the time frame required, because if something's moving at you very fast, you don't have a lot of time to figure it out, but to then provide that back into the overall modular approach that the Army's taking for modular active protection system, or MAPS. And that's the next level we're doing. But we validated that the radar does what it needs to do for the threat, and it also has a side advantage of radar can also be used to communicate. So sending radar signals off, you've got interplatoon or intraplatoon communication capability. So not only am I seeing the threats, but I can also propagate that very quickly through a digital chain into other systems and other platforms to either help engage the threat or help engage the launcher from where the threat came from. And as we move down that path, integrating the system in, I see a lot of potential. It won't, at the end of the day, be seen as anything just a part of a bigger system, but it's a critical part, and really proud of the team for continuing to work that activity.
Your job is to get things out quickly and kind of develop the technologies to get it over the hump, so it's really a fieldable system at some point. I know that also that Army Futures Command is really looking at protection kind of more holistically than just APS. So this seems like it kind of fits into what you are doing there. So in terms of timing, what are you looking at in being able to kind of get it into a formation somewhere to really put it to the test in an operational
environment? We've got it through the innovation part of it, and now we're in the hardening part of it. So we've actually moved it from one team to another within RICTO, working with a company whose job is to continue to harden it and pull it into this modular architecture of MAPS, the Modular Active Protection System. That's an easier acronym than Whisper. But we'll do that, and we're working hand in hand with PEOGCS, who's responsible for overall Army big acquisition of active protection systems. So we're on a pathway to make that integration as we finish this ruggedization over the next probably 18 months or so.
Okay, great. Last question on a project called Freedom Wings project. If you can talk about what the goal of that project is and how it aligns with the Army's broader transformation initiatives, that would be great.
Sure. So Freedom Wings is an attempt to do to our potential adversaries what we know they're going to do to us in creating that electromagnetic environment, which is very hard to work in. So Freedom Wings is a very low-cost, air deployable jamming capability. So think of enemy radars out there trying to see us. If we had the ability to get a capability in, very small, very lightweight, very cheap, to put a jamming environment for a potential adversary. That's what it's designed to do. That particular effort has gone through all of its initial testing with RICTO. It's an interesting problem because it falls between requirements of multiple PMs. So you've got the EW side, at a PO-IEWS, which does that, and then you've got the actually delivery side on how do you deliver this capability. And this could be delivered off of a UAS. It could be delivered as potentially a package within a PRISM or a TACMS or something like that. So there's multiple ways to get the capability where we need it to provide the effects. We're trying to find out where's the best place to park it.
Interesting. Okay, well, thank you so much for taking the time. I hope you enjoy the rest of your AUSA. It's always great to chat with you.
As always, Jen, thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Sebastian Sprenger, the Global Affairs Editor for Defense News. Welcome to our panel today on missile defense. The session is sponsored by Raytheon and RTX Business, and it will be recorded and stored on defensenews.com. My guest today is Joe D'Antona. He's a Vice President for Requirements and Capabilities at Raytheon, and who told me he worked in missile defense for 40 years. So he has a bit of experience. To get us started, let's talk about some of the relevance of missile defense when it comes to sort of next generation type threats, particularly hypersonics. What does that mean for the ecosystem of sensors and interceptors?
Well, air and missile defense has been around for many decades. As you know, we're going back to the days of World War II and the V-2 rockets and some of the threats that were introduced there. And frankly, it has evolved over the decades to where we're at today. The thing that I've noticed more specifically in the 21st century as a little bit of a change, we've always been focused on the faster, higher, maneuverable threat set. And today you're seeing that play out in combat operations that are occurring around the world with maneuverable hypersonics, with missiles that can go extremely fast, extremely far, carrying different types of warheads. But simultaneously, we are also seeing the advancement of air threats on what I would call the low end. The low and the slow. So for the first time in my 4 decades, yes, we continue to watch the evolution of threats on the high end. We are having to also balance that with this new concept and this new approach within the air threats of these low slow threats. And frankly, while they are occurring at the same time and the commanders on the field have to defend against both of them, it takes a little bit of innovation and a little bit of a different approach depending on which of those threats you're trying to help your customer, or in this case your commander in the battlefield, have to address. I think that the general principles remain the same. It's how you apply the principles of air and missile defense based on whether you're going to the high-end extreme threat sets, or are you going after a more simplistic, slower moving threats? They both bring complexities to the air and missile defense mission.
And the challenge has always been you don't want to overspend on the interceptor that you're putting against a particular target. That is all the more the case as you see different levels of threats.
Yeah, so that's a great question. And probably the biggest buzzword in the last 10 years ago, and frankly, rightfully so, is what we would call the cost per kill, right? And somebody very simplistically equated the cost to kill of how much is it costing the enemy to produce that threat, and how much is it costing me to take down that threat? And that's a simple way of looking at cost per kill. I think the other thing that we have to take a look at when we're looking at this is, what's the value of the asset that you're protecting? And in many cases, those assets are critically important. So what cost will you put on protecting the asset? The adversary has figured out how to do some low-cost solution sets. And we are working, industry in general and at large is working to address that cost per kill because it's important to the customer. But I would argue that when you get into this discussion on the expense, there's a third variable there, and it's how important is that asset? How much does the asset cost? How important is it to the people, to the government, to the stability of the organization? And how much are you willing? How important is it for you to actually defend that? When you add that third variable in there, I think you start to realize that, yes, cheaper is better, but executing the mission is the most important thing. And when you have to have certainty of protection, we've got to be able to provide those solutions. You can't be 90% effective on a critical asset for a customer. you have to be 100% effective. And we've got to figure out what does that mean and how do we do that in a cost-effective way.
And do you feel that's being understood by your customers? Or?
It is. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, everybody operates off a budget, right? I mean, when you think about it, and everybody has the same general principles of, I want to get as much capability as I can for the budget that I have. So cheaper in that regard at a macro level means better. At the same time, I think you're seeing it play out today in modern day battlefields. A lot of cheap solutions are getting overwhelmed. And so the fact that it's cheap is irrelevant because it's not doing what it was supposed to do. And I think customers have to learn, and they're understanding, and they're taking these real world applications, and they're finding that happy medium, if you will. This is not a remove expensive and replace with cheap. It's also not, we're only going to buy expensive. There's got to be a happy medium, and I think part of our job in industry is to help to educate the customer on what that looks like, where the risks are, understanding where they're willing to take risks, where they're not willing to take risk, and then to create a tailored solution for them that combines both inexpensive and true tested high technology, which sometimes means more costly solutions, so that they can accomplish their mission.
And what are some of the sort of high technology components, capabilities that are worth sort of putting on everyone's radar, no pun intended?
Yeah, well, so you took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, when you really think about it at the end of the day, nothing occurs in an air and missile defense, in the execution of air and missile defense, until you can see the threat. If you can't see the threat, it doesn't matter what kind of effectors you have, it doesn't matter who knows what's going on, you must be able to see it. And so what I have seen across the globe, certainly within the U.S., but I would say across the globe, for countries that have an integrated air and missile defense demand signal, is they are focused on a sensor solution that will help them address the full range of threats that their country is facing now. And as you and I talked about, we went from V2 rockets to multiple evolving threats in that air and missile defense capability. So from my perspective is, how do you create sensor solutions for the customer that are cost effective and that provide the customer with the data and the information that they need to prosecute that threat set? That's where the technology and that's where the demand, I think, is evolving. In some cases, you don't need sophisticated sensors to identify and prosecute. But in many of the cases, particularly with the threats that you've mentioned, hypersonics as an example, you've got to have that ability. If you can't see it, there's nothing else you can do about it. The first thing you got to be able to do is see it.
Okay. And then real quick, as the last question, what are sort of some of the observations from Ukraine that your guys are getting feedback on?
Well, wonderful feedback. I think, it's kind of sad. I was a soldier for 30 years, but people can talk about what their systems can do, and they can advertise them. But the truth of the matter is a lot of times countries are buying things that don't know if they really work or not until they're put in the situation. Ukraine has given us a prolonged conflict where we can truly study and evaluate the solutions that have gone into Ukraine and how they're doing. One of the areas, and we're seeing it in Ukraine, and frankly, I'll tell you, we're seeing it in Israel, is the concept of mass attack, where the threat is trying to overwhelm the system that in this case the Ukrainians or even the Israelis are using to defend themselves. In a single volley type of exchange, advantage the defender. And so what we're seeing from a threat perspective is just the concept of mass attacks. And what that does is that stresses the system. So there are systems and capabilities that are all day long, they can fire one at a time. But if the asset that you're protecting is getting mass attacked, it's getting dozens of threats coming, you can get overwhelmed. And I think what we are learning is mass attack is an absolute tactic that air and missile threat nations are using to try to overwhelm the friendly forces' air and missile defense capabilities.
Okay. That's all the time we have for now. I'll hand it over to Jen Judson, who will be leading a conversation on missile defense. Joe, thanks for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to a discussion on tackling the challenges of air and missile defense. I'm Jen Judson, land warfare reporter for Defense News. This session will be recorded and archived on defensenews.com. Today I'm joined by Colonel Jonathan Bodenhammer, who leads the Search, Track, Acquire, Radiate, Eliminate, that's STARE project office at PAO Missiles in Space. Colonel Andrew Lenoff, who leads the Short and Immediate Effectors for Layered Defense, or SHIELD project office at PAO Missiles in Space. And Colonel Tony Behrens, Executive Director, Joint Program Office, Guam Defense System. Last but not least, we have Tom Carrico here on the end, Missile Defense Expert at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. So air and missile defense has had a larger focus than usual at AUSA over the past years. Army Secretary Wormuth paid special attention to addressing air and missile defense needs in her speech, as well as the press briefing. There was a panel discussion yesterday. Tom, you moderated that. Does this speak to the urgency of bringing on additional and new capability? And why do you think there's been a ramped up focus here? And we'll start, Tom, since you were moderating yesterday, let's talk a little bit about this.
Yeah, so there was a dedicated panel on air and missile defense yesterday, and I would say about time. This is the third annual meeting since the Ukraine conflict kicked off again in 22, and look, this is where the threat is. These are weapons of choice. We're seeing them on a weekly basis in Ukraine. We're seeing it in spades in CENTCOM with Israel, and every single U.S. missile defense, air missile defense system has been exercised from CWIS all the way up to THAAD in the past couple years. So it's just a reflection of what's going on in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else want to pile on that?
I think, Jen, the only thing I would say is it's not just an Army focus. It's not just an Army priority, right? No. We're really looking through the lens of joint integrated air missile defense from a strategic perspective and how we start to align all of the capabilities that we have across the globe to be able to serve that mission. And they're not even necessarily dedicated IAMD capabilities, but how do we integrate other capabilities to help serve that mission is really, I think, what we're searching for in terms of not just in Guam, but globally.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll add just to Tony's point from a joint perspective, but then looking at our international partners as well. Our international partners are very focused in this area as well, and they continue to grow and look at the opportunities that they can do, especially in the UCOM AO, to be able to make sure they have that level of protection from a layered air missile defense perspective.
All right. You're good? Everything?
Yeah, wait to the next one.
Okay, all right. So with that, from each of your crow's nests, what are you learning from A, Ukraine, B, Middle East, when it comes to seeing real-world threats against current air and missile defense capability, and how is that, in your cases, affecting your portfolios, affecting how you look at Guam? And Tom, just general observations. We'll just go down the line if you want, Colonel Lennox.
I'll jump in right off the bat. I think from a Ukraine perspective, and actually in Israel as well, I think the ability of an integrated air and missile defense architecture. When you're looking at what we're doing in PEO missiles in space with integrated battle command system from an IAMD perspective, I think it's showing its face that we need to have that capability to be able to see and actually engage targets across the battlefield. That architecture is vital to be able to do those things, and it's going to help us in the future.
So I completely agree with Drew. As the sensor PM, I think what we're learning is older sensors lack the survivability we need for the future. So the modernization in my space is focused on how do we deal with, protecting against electronic attack, other, means that we can have our sensors be less effective than we need them to be. And we're certainly seeing that in all the areas where active conflict is happening. So, the old systems are doing the best they can, but we really need to move into the new generation of sensors.
Okay.
So when we use the term integrated air missile defense or joint integrated air missile defense or the integrated battle command system for the Army or the joint integrated battle manager, you hear the word integrate all the time in everything that we do. But we're redefining, and we have a need to redefine how we integrate for future fights. And I think that's what we're learning, both in CENTCOM and in UCOM, in terms of, in terms of what we can do with those systems. The technology is there to integrate these, but it's a matter of how do we actually bring them together and how do we fight them together at the fire control level. It's no longer using them for queuing and for early warning and those types of integration. It's integration at the sensor level and at the fire control level to be able to use each other's data to prosecute engagements, and to do that from the aspect of joint integration and joint fighting, not just the sense of architecturally, but also culturally across the services and how we actually employ our capabilities to be able to do that collectively.
Jen, you asked about kind of what these conflicts have taught us. I would just put it in context that, post-Cold War, war on terrorism, we took air superiority for granted in a big way. And around the 2012 timeframe, sequestration and some other things were going on. But it seemed like a good idea at the time to divest of, SHORAD, for instance, from the regular force of the Army. Well, like 2 years later, Russia invades Crimea. We realize history has started again. And so this taking air superiority as a birthright in the post-Cold War era came to a screeching halt. And, 2017, took the Army a couple years later. Air and missile defense is rolled out by General Milley as one of the top priorities, and we've kind of been reconstituting that ever since. And so, you got the Stinger replacement, but we're realizing it takes time to do that. That holiday from, air defense, we're paying in terms of time. We're not going to get that Stinger follow-on probably till the 2030s, right? It was a question 6 years ago, I think, at AUSA, whether, this was back in the Esper regime, whether we would have a 360-degree radar for the future Patriot Force. So we're playing catch-up, and we're paying the wages now for taking that air superiority for granted.
Okay. I want to ask about the playing catch-up side of the house. So the Army Chief has called for a look at getting IFPC, which is in prototyping still, LTAMS, which is in prototyping still, IBCS being fielded, out to units. I guess in the case of IBCS, just quicker. What are your thoughts about getting these systems to units ahead of usual fielding schedules? It's a little outside of the box, but what are some of the benefits and what are some of the challenges as you look at like the different pieces that General George would like to see out kind of in the transforming in contact lens, if you will?
So I'll jump in again and kind of talk a little bit about that and playing catch up. We are going fast in a lot of areas. We're trying our best, and I think Tom mentioned 2017. And I'll give it a specific example of something we've done from an MSORAD Sergeant Stout perspective. Directed requirement 2018, got it on contract the same year, and we actually fielded prototypes to a unit in 2021. Those 4 systems we learned a ton on. Yeah. So it's an incredible ability to be able to give a system and a capability to a soldier to learn, iterate, and change, and to make sure we're making the right upgrades and making the changes that we need to make. Learned a lot about our software capability, learned a lot about our fire control, learned a lot about sustainability and maintainability that we're actually already working on changing right now as we continue to field those battalions.
Yeah, same. I think it's fundamentally a good thing. It obviously puts a lot of stress on the contractors, a lot of stress on the program office, but it's not a mission we can't do. I think getting things into the hands of soldiers in an operational context is very valuable, like Colonel Ludoff said, from a developmental perspective, but also to really build early trust in the system, show the new capabilities that we're fielding. I think especially in the context of Indo-PACOM, it shows allies and partners that will likely be future customers what we have coming out. In general, I think it's a good thing. Obviously, as you mentioned, prototype systems do come with some challenges from a maintainability, from a reliability perspective that we'll actively work on fixing. But ultimately, I think the sooner it's out there, the better. The more time we get actually exercising the systems in a real environment, the better they're going to be.
And it's not really a new thing, I don't think, for air defense. As an air defender of 30 years, we did the same for Patriot in Desert Storm. We did it again in OIF. From this perspective on putting some of these capabilities forward, regardless of the theater that we're talking about doing, we have been able to learn a lot from how those systems operate. And it's not just the ones that you're talking about, that from recent decisions, but even just in the past couple of years with many of the prototypes that have been put in the hands of warriors early. Let's get that feedback from them in terms of how those systems operate, but let's also see how they operate in those environments. But also, if we start talking through like how we're going to do things in Guam, how do we start to integrate our systems with other joint systems early? Because when you talk about playing catch up, that's an area that we got to catch up to, and we have a lot of work there to do.
Okay.
Look, the schedule, I think reflects the urgency. The threat is here. The threat is on top of us. The threat is flying overhead, and I keep going back to the Stinger follow-on and LTAMs, for instance. But the fact that this PEO, usually they'll do one thing at a time, and you guys have so many different programs. And yes, not everything is exactly where we want it in terms of schedule, but I think it's actually pretty impressive. And Tony, you talked about integration, and including integration with our partners and allies. I think we need to look at that real hard. We've got some amazing capabilities coming off, whether it's SHIELD or STARE. To what extent are they going to be able to plug in with our several allies? Not everybody's going to look exactly like us, and we want to make sure that our allies, the number of FMS cases that's out the door, I think it's $60-some billion of approved potential FMS cases. It's not all on contract by a long shot, but that's enormous. The demand signal is enormous as a reflection of getting after the threat. But I want to make sure that we're looking at making sure that we can work with our allies that are going to have systems and they're going to have systems and languages that aren't exactly like the U.S.
Yeah, Absolutely. Just a side question for you, Colonel Behrens. What do you think are the chances that this type of activity might speed things up in terms of the architecture for Guam? Or is the schedule more contingent on other factors right now? I know that there's always talk about, well, when it's ready, it's going to Guam. So if LTAM's prototypes are going forward earlier, or if PIC, what are the chances that might change things when it comes to building out the architecture?
Yeah, sure. So the approved requirement from the Indo-PACOM commander is incremental capability in Guam and across Indo-PACOM to meet the mission and the integration and interoperability goals that they have. And so that does mean, from our perspective, as we can start to put capabilities forward, whether it's for forward employment, or it's just for learning from the integration perspective and how we synchronize these functions, I see goodness there. Does it speed things up? I'm not so sure it speeds everything up, because there's a lot of different areas of integrating architectures that aren't necessarily related solely to how the Army is pushing forward. But what I see and what I'm grateful for is the Army's interest in doing so now, so that we can actually mitigate some of that risk on the back end for Indo-PACOM and globally. Because anything I think that we do in Indo-PACOM, especially for Guam, as we start to talk about joint integrated air missile defense, command and control, that's exportable anywhere in the world. So we can start to address issues that we see in CENTCOM or EUCOM today in future fights by doing that early.
Okay. I want to take a step back and broaden things out to talking about the threat in the Pacific. Obviously, the architecture in Guam is trying to get after what could potentially be a threat down the road. So what might the Army face given the current understanding of threats in the theater? And how is that affecting how you think about your portfolio, what your capabilities exist now? What you need to upgrade or develop to be able to get after threats, or what you're predicting will be threats going forward. Anyone can start, but maybe Colonel Behrens again, sure. Since you're focused in the Pacific.
So I'll start with context. Having looked at the China threat and the North Korea threat that I think we've seen for years now develop. And it goes back to really what Tom was talking about in terms of the fact that it's taking us some time to kind of get after some of these threats. It's also allowed our potential adversaries to develop those threats even further. My biggest concern is I believe that we're gonna trail in terms of technology, but we're gonna get there. But capacity is another area that I'm really truly concerned about, right? I mean, and that's where we have to start to look at other technologies, and we really are pursuing non-kinetic capabilities to help kind of soften and share that capacity issue across our kinetic interceptors and everything. But interceptors are expensive, and they really do put us in a position where we have to share that load. And that's why we're really kind of focused on a joint capability.
Do any of you want to build up? I'll let you go.
I'll jump in. From a material developer perspective, I think it's important, and we heard the words of Secretary Wormuth yesterday talking about we are modernizing for a large-scale contingency operation. We heard Honorable Bush talk about making sure we're designing for producibility and being able to get out to that capability. He also mentioned requirements, funding, and making sure we get on contract. But however, one of the things that Mr. Bush talked about yesterday was getting industry's help. So understanding what the capability is out there and what the threats are. I'll give you an example, second interceptor from an IFPIC perspective. Going after a supersonic capability, challenging target for our mission set. We have had multiple industry days and multiple engagements to get feedback from industry from a technology perspective to understand where we are, so we're not driving down a path where we're taking too long to get something done. So great feedback over the past 4 months with industry, and we're getting a lot closer to where we want to go there. But that's how we're trying to attack it from a material perspective, keeping our requirements partners in that loop as we do that and making sure they're tracking.
From the sensor end of things, I think it's really an interesting time. It's now about really pushing us to rethink how we've done that in a lot of ways. There's a lot of development on the tech side in both the passive space, newer, better technology, better able to resist EAEP, active sensors, but really how we develop that layered sensing. I think there's a lot of space for the implementation of AI, especially in the passive sensor space. So I think certainly the threat in Indo-PACOM is going to allow us to learn a lot in doing that better, really innovate in the sensor space. I think the European conflicts are showing us some of the similar threats that are much more difficult to deal with traditional active sensors. So I think it'll be a great growth in the industry and sort of a movement to addressing the new threats that we're going to see for the foreseeable future.
The questions on the threat and how we can kind of adapt to Indo-PACOM especially. I want to say two things. One, I'm especially glad you called out the SSCMs. That threat is massive. I would add, of course, the hypersonic threat, too. We're now on contract, MDA is, for a GPI, glide phase interceptor, but not until 2035. So, frankly, that's 11 years. We can't tell China to just hold still and wait until we get our hypersonic defenses up. I believe we're going to have to do something in the interim for the hypersonic defense front, because Guam is under threat from all of those things, not just certain UASs or other things like that. So we got to worry about the full spectrum. That's point one. The second point is, in the newspaper yesterday, it was reported that the U.S. is going to send a THAAD to Israel. And the other way in which I want to answer this question is, I care far less about the cost exchange ratio than I care about inventory. And I worry a lot about, when we send over a THAAD, for instance. We expended a year's worth of Standard Missile 3s in an hour 2 weeks ago on October 1. We're spending a lot of PAC-3 and all kinds of other things that come out of Mark 41s in the Red Sea playing catch. But this isn't a baseball game. And unless this is buying the ability for Israel and other folks to affect deterrence between the ears of the decision makers in Iran to stop doing this, then I worry that we're going to expend a year's worth of THAAD production, which is one launcher right now. That's a worrisome situation. So whether it's PAC-3s, SM, such and such, or THAADs, this needs to be backed up by strategic leadership that ends the threat by other means, because this isn't a baseball game. You can't afford to sit and play catch.
Okay. That triggers another question for me, which is, Patriot Optempo, there's not that many THAAD batteries. That's quite an exquisite capability. So talk about, from each of your vantage points, how you are thinking about getting after, you need a ton of capability to get after things in the Pacific potentially. Patriot Optempo is always where it's been. It's always been the highest across the force. There's always been ideas for helping with the Optempo. It's still a problem though, and that as well. That there's a few. There's one in Guam, as you know, and one in Korea, and all the rest in Texas. So talk about how you're thinking, from a capability perspective that helps with that capacity issue, if you will. I just want you to stare at each other awkwardly.
We all stared at each other pretty well there. That was a tough one. So again, from a material developer lens, I'll go into that area and kind of understand, again, back to Secretary Wormuth's comments yesterday, force structure growth. What were the three things she mentioned? IFPC, Counter-UAS, and MSHORAD. So in those two in our portfolio, from an IFPC perspective, by relieving that Optempo, we're actually attacking threats to try to eliminate the use of PAC-3 MSE on, the use of Patriot units, and creating that capability to counter threats within the air and missile defense portfolio with an IFPC battalion instead of a Patriot battalion. Now, that requires the force structure growth consummate with the material development that we're doing from a capability perspective. But it's something that we're looking towards as well. From a protection capacity perspective, which Tom brought up, specifically calling me out on MSE a little bit there, we've been working very hard on that over the past few years, ramping up to 500 recently in 2022, getting out to 550 from a PAC-3 MSE perspective in next year. And then we actually are getting ready to award our final contract, an amendment to our current UCO activity to get to 650 out in FY27 from an MSE perspective. We're continuing to keep the analysis going from a production capacity perspective for PAC-3 MSE, knowing the actual need and demand across the globe, not only from a operational perspective, but from our international partners as well.
Yeah, I'll answer carefully because force structure is not a material developer question typically, but certainly we're cognizant of the burden on the force From a sensor perspective, I think Guam and IBCS are really going to give us the opportunity to look at how we do layered sensing, how we do, best sensor, best shooter, and I think it will open the doors in the future to being more efficient with everything in this space. So in theory, that efficiency will lead to a reduced need for manpower to be in the places that it's been historically. Now, we have to be cognizant that all these things are, generally high technology, generally sensitive, so you can't leave it unsecured. So there's always going to be a bill, on all of this. But I think we can get better at it over time. And then, of course, on the material side, we're always looking to improve reliability to reduce the need for maintainers. More uptime, less people that need to be there just to keep it doing what it's supposed to do.
So from an Army perspective, I think the Army is doing everything that the Army needs to do to address this. Force structure is certainly part of that. Being smarter about how we organize our formations. And I'm talking to you again as an air defender, not as an acquisition professional. But I think what our capability developers are going to provide to us to be able to do that is going to give us that flexibility. IBCS, for example, is going to give us more opportunities to employ in a flexible manner where we don't have to employ entire Patriot batteries or entire Patriot battalions, or hopefully in the future, entire THAAD batteries to do a mission. We can be very selective in terms of the mission that they have to do, and we don't have to deploy everybody in a single unit to do a single mission. That's from an Army perspective. But what I'd also say that I'm learning too from my time on the Joint Staff and now here at the JPO for Guam is this can no longer be an Army fight or mission. The Air Force is taking ownership now of air-based air defense. And so that's going to help, I think, in terms of what we're doing there. There are some limitations there in terms of what they'll be able to provide, but I think it'll help mitigate some of the strategies that we've been employing for many, many decades in terms of how we've used the Army to provide air missile defense for the entire Joint Force. We just no longer can do that. We can't afford to do it across the services. And so this joint integration of capability is going to be really critical in terms of how we address that.
First of all, Colonel Luff, kudos for that sweet MSE ramp up. But, and it can't come fast enough because, again, a couple months ago, the White House put a freeze on all Patriot and AMRAAM exports. There's 19 countries, 18 after Israel drops off, 19 countries operating Patriot globally. And we said we can't send you anymore because they've all got to go to Ukraine. So the faster the better on that front. But let me answer the other part of your question, Jen, in terms of the other costs. It's not, there's the ONS, that THAAD battery and everything else we got on the Red Sea, Aegis ships, as well as Patriots, like that has an ONS tail. It has an Optempo strain on the force. I mean, it's the most commonly, it's a cliche that the ADA is and has the highest Optempo in the Joint Force. And we're running them ragged in CENTCOM. And oh, by the way, they're getting shot at. The soldiers and sailors are getting shot at, and it's frankly a miracle that a destroyer hasn't been hit or something like that along the way. So there's no kidding real costs of the interceptors. There's strain on the force. I say there's opportunity cost that also affects the modernization of the units, of the hardware as well. So I worry that these are being treated like expendable assets when they are strategic assets and need to be stewarded and preserved. Forget about the cost exchange ratio. These are scarce assets and our inventory is finite.
Yeah, that makes me think of a question regarding mobility. So there are some efforts to make certain capabilities more mobile in the air defense world. But you look down the hall, LTAMS that's big. Very capable, but that's big. So what is the Army doing, particularly within your wheelhouses regarding making things more mobile? I think, for instance, ALPS radar. There's an effort to make that more mobile. Right now, it is not, and developing a SHORAD capability, even for lighter forces. You can't stay in one place for too long, or you will get hit. You see that in Ukraine all the time. Patriot has been damaged because of that. I think it was stuck in a convoy. But it needs to move. So how are you thinking about that? Or it needs to hide. So maybe we can talk about that too.
So yeah, I'll start this one. I mean, obviously we're cognizant of the threat, the development of the threat. I do think, though, this is a difficult question, is the Army's ethos is mobility. But not everything has to move all the time. So there is a break between strategic and tactical. And I think, the LTAMDS, interestingly, is physically not much larger than the Patriot radar. It just looks bigger when it's deployed. It's only a couple of feet longer, and it's pulled by the same, prime mover. But that is that's a question that comes up regularly, but it's a strategic asset. So I think you protect LTAMDS by looking at your strategy between active and passive sensing. When is it on? When is it off? But then you go down the range of sensors to, the more tactical level things, and we're looking at innovation in terms of, making things smaller, distributing them more in the future. There's emerging requirements for forcible entry sensors and eventually a common fire sensor to replace Sentinel and Q53 that would need to be probably scalable, distributed, things that make it more mobile, more easy to hide. But I think the passive sensing that we're developing, you mentioned ALPS, and yes, we're soon to be moving into another program that makes it a truly mobile ALPS. The current one is really transportable. It's not fixed site. But in the sensing space, you do sometimes get better performance if you're less mobile. So it's really working with the user community to decide what you need, and then delivering the right thing to them from a material perspective that's mobile enough, survivable enough, but also powerful and accurate enough to do the mission.
And just to build up, is there technology, under development or that you've seen that have kind of helped? And I'm not sure at the strategic level there is, but maybe more at the tactical level, radars that just, it's not like turning on a big neon bar sign like "come hit me." The minute a radar goes on, that's a target. Have you seen some technology when it comes to radars and sensors that kind of brings a signature down while it's still able to track in a complex environment?
Surely. I mean, certainly many of these things would be things we couldn't talk about in this forum, but passive sensing is squarely in that space. That's the whole idea behind passive sensors, is we use RF or optical or physical sound-based sensors to pick up targets in the environment that we're able to get that without radiating. So that's a whole class of sensors that are emerging that gives us that ability to keep the active sensors off until we need to turn them on. Certainly in the active sensor space, there are things you can do to improve your survivability, and we're working on that in every way possible. Everything from waveforms to how to manage the signature of the sensor when it's doing what it needs to do. And we're getting, as you mentioned, lots of data from the enemy right now across the globe and what they're doing to interdict our sensors. So it is a great time to learn.
I would challenge the notion that we're not mobile in a lot of ways, even at the strategic level, because I can tell you in 2003 we moved constantly. Patriot batteries would go and protect divisions, and we moved with those divisions, and we kept pace with those divisions. And in my experience, sometimes if you move that equipment, the more you move it, the better it operates, because the better maintained it is. And what happened, though, over the course of the last 20 plus years is we were really providing air-based defense, and we weren't moving. And so we kind of had this kind of updated way of thinking in terms of the system doesn't have that capability, but it actually has had, the systems have had those capabilities. And as we start to put new capabilities in formations, and we start to make our sensor networks more robust and higher capacity, both passive and active capabilities, we start to use joint capabilities that are anywhere from in the air domain, maritime domain, or even in the space and cyber domains. All of those capabilities then can make us more survivable. And I think that's where we really got to be thinking in terms of is survivability as opposed to just mobility, because mobility is just one action in terms of supporting that, and then how we do that in the future. But it comes back to, I think, in a lot of ways, to joint doctrine for integrated air missile defense, and where we're really going to put our focus on, and why those things are important. Survivability, to me, is the key word that we're really searching for, especially in a place like Guam. It's 45 kilometers by 15 kilometers, not a lot of places there to go and hide. And we have to figure out how we're going to do that. And I think that from a joint perspective, the joint warfighting concept from the very beginning has really talked about that in terms of survivability and mobility, and the Army has been working towards supporting that.
All right.
I think Tony had a an important nuance there, that mobility is not the only means to survivability. I think that's important. Mobility is pretty important, however, and they're seeing that in Ukraine because, guess what, HARM missiles have been around for a while. When you have something that says, "Hey, come shoot me," it's a target. And so whether it's turning it on and off, but shooting and scooting or radiating and scooting is also important. Decoys, including active decoys, to say, "Hey, I'm a Tippy 2 radar, come shoot me," so you don't shoot over there. Things like that. The P in ALPS, of course, stands for passive, so lots of goodness on that front. Ukraine's acoustic sensor network is another, I think, great example of that. But it's the broad concealment, deception, and decoys that are lots and lots of use here that deserve attention.
Okay. The Army's either begun or I think it's immediately preparing for the annual integrated fires test campaign. General Lozano's talked about this quite a bit. How are your portfolio of systems playing a role this year, and talk about how that will expand in the coming years? And for Tom, what do you expect the Army will take away from this round of testing? And for Colonel Behrens, this is kind of aligned with how potentially the Guam architecture will come together. So what are you watching for as well? You can go down the line, Colonel.
Sure, I'll start. So from an indirect fire protection capability, if picking 2, we are currently out there doing an operational assessment as part of IFTIC 24. Units are 151 specifically with 343 operating integrated battle command system is going through the test and working through that process, doing 72-hour mission pulses, ending in an actual fire test at the end of this month, into November. So bottom line is they're out there doing a great job. Those units are doing phenomenal work for us and can't be prouder of the collaboration and work we have with the Army Test and Evaluation Command and the Operational Test Command because they're doing a great job pulling all this together and making it work for us.
Yeah, to dovetail into that, what I'm seeing is from an air and missile defense perspective, IFTIC is kind of becoming our test. And so I know this LTAMS and Sentinel A4 will be involved in it directly this year. Just like Drew said, we're really changing some of the test paradigms with the support of developmental and operational tests, where we're doing a lot more of that in the same basic test event, which brings efficiencies from a cost perspective, also brings efficiencies from less burden on soldier test units to support all these tests. So since we're doing the integrated fires thing at the PEO and then the greater enterprise level, I think it just makes sense to really just make these our test events moving forward versus try to do standalone testing.
And I'll say one more thing, Jen. It's like looking at it, how we're doing it with Guam in mind from an Army perspective over time. And I think General Lozano has talked about this, a crawl, walk, run. Yeah. We're at IFTIC 24 now. We're still kind of crawling. Both IFPIC and LTAMS are going to a milestone C next year. We're in that crawl phase. We'll start ramping up to a run, a walk, then a run, and IFTIC 26 in preparation for a Guam scenario, trying to get to that level of the architecture from an Army perspective.
And that's exactly right. It's an enterprise approach in the sense of it's not just the PEO providing its capabilities all in one space, which is, by the way, very exciting that we're able to do that. Historically, we would take a single system, we'd test it, we'd bring it back, we'd make decisions about it, and it wouldn't necessarily be on the basis of what's going on across the rest of the architecture. So this is going to give us that opportunity. And the fact that we're going to do it every year allows us to build upon it. And so the IFTICs, as they move forward from 24 to 25 to 26, they're also aligned with our employment strategies for these capabilities, especially for Guam. And so as we learn those things, then we'll be able to take what we learn at each of those test events and then bring those back into the architecture. What we're also going to start doing is take a joint approach to these, and we're going to bring in joint capabilities in some of these to help stimulate the architecture. So that's not just the Army doing this at this point now. We're going to start to learn from a joint architecture. We have support from our service partners, and I think eventually we'll start to look at this from even a multinational perspective and how we do this. We take value in events like Project Convergence, where we're experimenting with these capabilities and we're learning a lot, but this will give us that opportunity to test. And we're also seeing a lot of support from the Army Test and Evaluation Command to do this, from DOT&E on the defense side to do this as well. They see a lot of value in this.
And an important difference too, just because many people that are listening to this probably know we've done things like this in the past. We had NIEs and some of these other major tests, and they though they were, I think, good events in themselves, sometimes they became unmanageable. But a key thing behind the whole IFTIC campaign is not every system is a system under test. And I think that's critical to it being successful, is just you're out there and you're learning, but if it's not you as a system under test, it doesn't bring a lot of additional friction to the total campaign. So we're already experiencing where we're getting to bring things out that maybe even weren't originally planned to be there, just kind of be on the periphery learning. We're not, causing consternation with the test community with the greater test, and there's been a whole lot of support there to make that happen, which really makes it, I think, a very well architected campaign to help us on the material side and I think on the user side too.
Yeah, I think the IFTIC thing it's fascinating. It's a fascinating approach. It's a fascinating new approach. It's also pretty ambitious. And I think it's important to have some expectation control, precisely because there's so many new things coming on all at once. I mean, don't be surprised if not everything works right. There's going to be some bugs to work out of the system. And I think expectation control that as these things are and you have to think about it this way. It is a full spectrum threat. It's the need for layered defense against a complex and integrated attack, all coming in at once. But I would just caution the observers and the headlines from defense reporters is, not everything's probably going to work right when we first plug it in when this gets started.
All right, fair enough. I want to touch on integrated offensive, defensive fires. That's something the Army has been testing. We've seen things play out in, for instance, Project Convergence. So Tom, talk about why this effort matters for our Army panelists, and for our Army panelists, what has the service been able to accomplish so far with this, and what lies ahead for you when you look at this integration?
As I was saying earlier, the purpose of missile defense is not to simply defend, air missile defense. It's to defend long enough to end the threat by other means. And that means in some, whether it's offense, defense, synchronization, or counter-battery fire, or what have you. The Ukrainians can't sit there and just catch all day. Neither can we. The quantity, the sophistication of these things requires us to shoot back quickly and sufficiently. And so it's been discussed. I can't tell you how many fires conferences I've been to at Fort Sill where they say, well, the two sides of the schoolhouse need to talk together, all this kind of stuff. Composite units and all this kind of stuff. One day in Jerusalem. But at least sufficient synchronization. There doesn't have to be the same launcher. Doesn't necessarily have to be the same operators necessarily. But putting them together with sufficient proximity, I think, remains an essential goal.
All right.
So Tom calls it catch. I'll call it defend, right? So our capacity to defend from an air missile perspective is certainly finite. As we start to add new capabilities such as non-kinetics, I think it'll help extend that. It'll help mitigate some of that risk. But we need to be able to take advantage of all of the array of deep sensing capabilities, cyber capabilities, all these extraordinary things you see, out here on the floor, and like systems, to be able to create not just an architecture of joint integrated air missile defense, but joint integrated capabilities just across the board. And it's more than offensive defensive integration at that point when you really think through it. But from a kinetic perspective, being able to actually affect targets, enemy targets, before they can actually have an effect on us is really what we're after. So that we can, from an air missile defense perspective, we can last longer and we can defend longer, and we can mitigate that risk across kind of that array of advanced threats, because the advanced threats are what we're really having to focus on now, and those are going to take an increase in terms of capacity in the future.
All right. Anyone want to add to that? No? Yes?
Yeah, so I'll quickly add to that. I think it's been a theme through some of the panels we've had here recently is the aspect of being able to do that is vital as the C2 aspect. And that's not even in my portfolio, and I know how important it is as we start our integration with IBCS. So that C2 and that ability to actually fuse the data and understand what it is, and then be able to actually action on that, action from an offensive perspective, especially when we know what we're doing defensively, is going to be vital. So the C2 aspect, how it plugs into the joint architecture, that's what we're going to have to look at in the future. And I think that's some of the points that the Army Futures Command Commander, General Rainey, has talked about with C2 Next and other capabilities in that area.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's that I sort of own that problem, because in order to have offense or defense, you got to see it.
Yep.
So for me and my team, it's sort of what, if you say, keeps us up at night or whatever, is the more we can do that better, and then the more we can use IBCS to link into other means to do the sensing to make we've really done tremendous development in our actually ability to affect targets both offensively and defensively, but if you don't see them, you can't shoot them. So I think we're doing a whole lot in that space to get better and to leverage all the different tools beyond the Army to do that. And I think Guam's going to be a great forcing function to continue to get better in that space on a sensor level.
Okay. We are almost out of time, but I did want to ask somewhat of a detailed question. So yesterday, General Lozano told me that the kind of looking ahead at what's next after PAC-3 MSC is off the table. They're going to look at upgrading PAC-3 MSC and also have solutions like better integration using IBCS with Patriot and THAAD, for instance, to get after going after some of these more scary, capable threats that may be emerging in like the 2040 timeframe. So I'm hoping, Colonel Lonoff, if you can talk a little bit about the effort to get IBCS to work with THAAD. Obviously IBCS, Patriot, you've done some Patriot and THAAD integration work through the MDA, for instance, but what do you need to do to get after this going forward? It seems like a very important move, especially if the Army currently is banking on upgrading PAC-3 MSE and that for the future threat.
So yes, we have done a THAAD MSC integration that's active in Indo-PACOM and trying to get other COCOMs. That was pretty significant. We did a lot of work with the THAAD office over at MDA. As far as going further in with the THAAD and IBCS, I think we're still working on how to do that from an Army perspective, working with MDA, working with OSD, and trying to figure out that path and where we're going to go. There's a lot of opportunity. PAC-3 MSC is a very capable missile. Yes. It provides a level of capability that I think will do a great job in the Guam architecture, but we continue to look at opportunities from a fire control standpoint, integration with IBCS, and also some of the software opportunities within the missile to be able to make it better to go after some of those threats.
I'll add briefly. I think Guam has been a major part of the forcing function, but the whole IBCS thing has really made us actually do what we've talked about for a long time, which is interoperability, but now we're really making it happen. And it's causing us to end, even in offensive and defensive fires, historical systems didn't talk well by design, and that wasn't nefarious, it was just the requirements. But as the threat changed and how we conduct warfare has changed and modernized, we've talked about this for a long time, but now IBCS is doing it. And it is a challenge at times, but I think we're really making a lot of strides in breaking down those communication barriers inside the Army as well as across the Joint Force. And Guam's going to just make us keep getting better at that, I think.
We'll try. So I've fought in combat with Patriot PAC-3, and I have a lot of confidence in that weapon system. And I know a lot of our older generation of air defenders have a lot of confidence in that. But what I also see is the criticality in terms of our meeting our survivability goals and our ability to integrate. It really puts us in a place where IBCS is the focal point in which we are going to have to do that. In terms of integrating all of the Army's employed systems, and I include THAAD in that, with IBCS, from my perspective, both personally and I think from a Guam perspective, is it only makes us better. If we don't integrate these systems together, if we don't have a single C2 system that we're employing that can control all of these capabilities, then we are not actually doing everything we just talked about doing. And so that's from an Army perspective. From a joint perspective, though, we've done a lot of experimentation on how we take that data from an Army sensor and provide that over a joint network to joint systems, such as the Navy's Aegis weapon system or the Air Force's TAC Light, in terms of how they manage airspace and everything else. If we can provide that data to them and they can provide that data to us at the fire control level, then we really are expanding and mitigating that problem that we just talked about.
Jen, you asked about the 2040 and kind of what comes next. And I think it's important to bear in mind that from a hardware perspective, the 500th THAAD round is pretty much the same as the first one. And the MSC, requirements were written a while ago. And so there is going to need to be something else. As I said earlier, that GPI isn't planned until 2035. So I think thinking about interim evolution, whether it's tweaking the MSC to be even better for high-speed maneuvering threats, whether it is a hardware upgrade, overdue hardware upgrade on THAAD, for instance, and swirling in the midst here is the missile that has been known as LTFI. Right, low-tier future interceptor. There's something there. But the PEO has a lot of stuff going on. We didn't even talk about Gimlers and Prism and all that other fun stuff. But that's going to be sent down somebody's throat in response to them shooting us. But I recognize the squeeze, and there's only so many things that can be done at once, and the budget is finite. We have to make choices. But we're going to need ground-based interceptors for the 2040 threat that are probably different and better than what we have today. And what mix that is, we'll figure it out. But we're going to need something probably beyond what we have today.
Okay. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have. So please join me in thanking our panelists as well as our sponsor, Raytheon. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Zazulowicz, Managing Editor with Military Times. Thank you for joining us for this AUSA session on speeding up the adaptation and development of drone capabilities. This session is sponsored by Red Cat and will be recorded and archived at defensenews.com. My guest today is Jason Gunter. He's Director of Special Programs at Red Cat, and he's here to talk about all things drones. Jason, thanks for joining us.
Hey, glad to be here.
So kind of a basic question to get us rolling here, but what does the current process look like when it comes to incorporating feedback into developing new drone capabilities? And what needs to change to kind of speed up that process?
No, Jeff, that's a great question. And looking at it, like typically when we're doing capability development, we're looking at our requirements on what the soldier needs, but that kind of is such a small portion to developing capability. So within industry, within Red Cat, we're always talking to the ground user on how to help them solve problems. Something that may not be a big program or record, but helps meet a little R requirement that they have in their organization. And then what we have found is Red Cat doesn't have the ability to solve every problem, nor do we want to, right? We just don't have that. What can really speed it up is industry working together, open architecture, being totally open kimono, and saying, hey, I'm going to pick best in breed technologies to not deliver kit to the warfighter, but to develop a solution that helps solve problems, right? So we've been doing that for about 6-7 months now, and it's all about how to solve gaps.
Sure, kind of looking at the industry in general, what do you think is required to speed up that process? There's so much talk about doing things at a faster speed, in the Army and the Defense Department these days.
Yeah, so there's actually not a need to do it faster. It has to be done faster. Like, need is such an understatement. So I go back to people collaborating and working together on different technologies, but it's really going to take industry and government and have that cross collaboration. And then you can buy down a lot of your risk. You can fail if you need to and pivot very fast. But it's really about being open and saying, hey, let's move as fast as we can and accept failure is going to happen. And then how do we pivot from that?
Sure. When it comes to information, in your view, how can information from the field be effectively captured and shared to not only develop new capabilities, but also to kind of shape strategy and tactics?
Yeah, so that's a interesting question. Most people, when they think field, they automatically assume out in combat, right? But when I was on the government side working at USASUC headquarters, really saying, how do we start employing technology and robotics in our everyday life? You don't need to take it to combat to find out that it doesn't work, or to develop TTPs. You start at the schoolhouse, have drones out during PT sessions, land navigation, use a thermal drone to look for heat casualties. But as soon as we incorporate it into our daily battle rhythm, then you become very proficient at it. So looking around this audience, there's some people in here that remember a government before computers. And only there might have been one computer or none, and there were typewriters. Yeah. Every single soldier now is on a computer at some point during their duty day, and it's become very normal and standard practice. So when we start looking at technology through that lens, the TTPs naturally just get developed.
Mm-hmm. So kind of a widespread normalization across the formation, so to speak.
Yeah, it's all about treating tech as the new teammate, right? Yeah. If you're going to use tech as a force multiplier, have it report to duty every day, right? Like as an example. So us pulling it out when we're in conflict is probably the wrong answer.
Sure. In your mind, what does the iteration process for new capabilities look like now? And how do you expect it to change as new technologies and assets such as AI become part of the design, engineering, and production processes with drones?
Yeah, so with iterative development, that's a trial and error based methodology. You're going to fail and you're going to have wins. I had talked about it earlier. You have to be willing to accept that failure. And you can buy down those risks in a lot of ways through, I talked about collaboration in industry, but it's going to take that whole of government collaboration with industry to make those requirements super flexible and being able to change, not a 2-year requirement where it came out as a concept on a napkin. They went through the writing requirements process, they got a validated CDD, and then the soldier gets fielded something, and it's like a 2.5 year kind of process. I look at it a little bit more differently. Like when we have laptops in our office or government cell phones, those things constantly get life cycle replaced, right? We don't treat those like F-35s with operational tests and follow-on operational tests, and start treating this stuff more like IT in an enterprise that you know it's going to get LCR'd, and you're okay with it. Like I've come into work when I was in government, and they're like, you're getting a new laptop. What's wrong with my old laptop? It's tech refresh time, to keep the enterprise secure. So with that iterative process, I think we have to change our mindset on, the capability and the technology we're putting out there.
Sure. AI is such a buzz term right now. Do you see that playing a role in the process at all, or is it kind of, a separate? Can it help at all?
AI can definitely help, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but AI is such a different capability, and you start asking yourself questions when I talked about the traditional operational testing of a program for a record. How do you validate something that needs training models, and it constantly gets better to look at that confusion matrix and get it to like a 95% accuracy, right? Very difficult to test. But I do think, going back to the collaboration, like a perfect example would be, Red Cat makes a drone, right? And the customer needs a drone with aided target recognition, or AI/ML. So we partner with a company like Athena AI and put the AI/ML on the platform. And then we work with government about using training models that they have access to that are probably in most cases better just because the imagery and different things they can collect. So that kind of shows that feedback loop and that iterative process of developing capability. But AI is definitely going to help in so many ways. I use it all the time, like just for simple things like writing. Anytime, the only thing government can't procure is time. So if I can use tools at my disposal, whether it's like a SOCOM chat GPT like thing where a user can collaborate intel reports and say, hey, tell me everything about the Houthi network over the past 5 years in the country of Yemen, right? And it spits out this product that may not be 100%, but it gets them a good 90% of understanding the environment. So a lot of ways to move faster using AI.
Absolutely. Kind of turning to the Houthi question and the Middle East in general, what lessons are you seeing both in Ukraine and the Middle East when it comes to both deploying drones and developing new capabilities? What big lessons are sticking out in those two conflicts?
So there's a lot of debate, and I thought on really how to answer this question. Two totally different conflicts, right? The way weapons are employed, just the challenges they're facing, just from environmental factors and the level of sophistication. So there's kind of two sides to the coin. We've seen this huge amount of drones going over to the Ukraine, right? So we're looking at it as lessons learned. But then you kind of peel it back and you're like, well, why are we sending so many drones? Why are so many drones over there? There's some challenges over there because we're thrust into this, technology era of there's a lack of training on some parts, which I know the DoD's facing when it comes to unmanned systems. And then that leads on how do I use certain tools and technology. But on the flip side, we're also learning that all these super high-end sophisticated things that we thought would work, we're kind of going backwards in technology a little bit and figuring out, like, if you emit, you die, right? And that sounds super harsh to say, but there's a lot of truth to that statement. How do I diversify radios? You're not, a lot of programs of record says, hey, we need this same radio for every single program of record because it's a cost efficiency, right? But radio diversification is actually a good thing, especially in a contested environment. Figuring out some of these archaic solutions that we may have used in World War II that are actually re-emerging, like trench warfare and stuff like that. So that's kind of on the Ukrainian side, and I think everyone's paying a lot of attention to it and saying, hey, some of these TTPs that I thought might work. But I've also been real careful by looking at the lessons to not draw a false comparison or a false parallel into what that conflict looks like and maybe a future conflict somewhere that's in a littoral environment. Two totally different types of things, but I think we can pull out a lot of lessons. The Ukrainians are also doing stuff, a lot of it out of necessity. Maybe I'm not getting the most sophisticated thing because I'm using what I can get, right? I'm fighting for my country, my life, my family, that type of thing. And the ideals are totally different. And then when you look at kind of that counter-VEO conflict, wherever it may be in the world, that ideology is totally different. Not only are they willing to sacrifice a drone, they're willing to sacrifice themselves. And we're looking at it from like a base defense perspective. You're starting to see a lot of things come up on how do I protect my FOB? What do I do if there's a swarm of drones that's in my airspace and coming towards, where my sleeping quarters are at or my office is at? So constantly lessons are being learned there as well. And you're seeing a big need for Counter-UAS and kind of heterogeneous teaming to kind of solve some of those problems.
Sure. Wrapping it up, anything kind of in the drone world that's got you really excited or that's really kind of primarily on your mind that you'd like to share with our audience?
Yeah. There's a few things, and I'll keep it kind of short. But I had a leader tell me in the Army when I was at USASOC, like, we're not trying to make Green Berets into pilots, right? We need Green Berets to be Green Berets. We need infantrymen to be infantrymen. We need to be soldiers first, right? And stuff like Black Widow or UAS or ground-based systems, we want those to be complementary and be a tool in the soldier's toolkit to help solve problems. Every once in a while, I'll see some organizations kind of deviate from that. They're like, well, I'm going to be the best pilot in the world. And so some of the interesting technology out there, a great company, Primordial Labs, that we do a lot of work with on integration, they're doing like voice assistant drone controlling drones, right? So think of Alexa, but for a drone, but a much smaller context of what it has to know. It doesn't have to know the whole human language, but just UAS commands. So I had thought about that as that technology was, becoming available. And when you think about it from a soldier being a soldier perspective, would you rather have a soldier looking down at a pane of glass, or do you want him to be on his primary weapon system where he can still be in the fight, tell the drone to launch, he's on his Peltor headset, Black Widow, go up 200 feet, fly to checkpoint Alpha, observe on the other side of that berm, report back to me. That's all about that time we can't procure in government that's crucial to being effective.
Well, Jason, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks to our sponsor, Red Cat. We're going to take a real quick break here, and our illustrious land warfare reporter Jen Judson will be hosting another panel looking more at drones, capabilities, and the future of those platforms. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
All right. Hello and welcome to a conversation about the evolution of drone capabilities and where things are going. I'm Jen Jensen, land warfare reporter for Defense News. And this session will be recorded and archived on defensenews.com. So today we are joined by Lieutenant Colonel Travis Horde, Strategic Plans and Policy, U.S. Marine Corps. Sam Bendit, Research Analyst, CNA. Welcome, gentlemen. I really appreciate you taking the time out of a very busy AUSA to talk about this important topic. So let's start off by talking about how we're seeing drone use evolve on the battlefield in Ukraine, in the Middle East, in recent years. These evolutions seem to range from high-tech to kind of scary MacGyver stuff. I think an article came out over the weekend, for instance, about how soldiers were putting canisters on drones that spit out molten metal that burns at 4,400 degrees, to name one example of what's happening out there in real operations. So, how are you seeing drones evolve? There's a lot of creativity happening out there. Talk a little bit about the threat picture and also how we're seeing them used, on the offensive as well on the Ukraine side and in the Middle East.
When it comes to Ukraine especially, one of the overarching themes in Ukraine has been a move away from very expensive standalone platforms, exquisite platforms, to cheap attritable mass. And we see that at all levels, at the tactical, operational, and strategic levels. So drones that fly anywhere from 0 to 10 kilometers or 0 to 1,000 kilometers are one-way, attritable. They're quickly put together. They're easily lost. That's probably the biggest overarching theme in Ukraine right now.
They definitely don't care what happens to them as long as they get up there and do their job first. Yes.
Yeah, and as tragic as that conflict is in the terms of the human loss, you're seeing innovation through necessity, and you're seeing layers of bureaucracy be cut through because you're fighting an existential threat. A lot of things that Sam writes about in his observations is, when we think about how we go through an RDT&E cycle, what that means to us and what that means in conflict right now is so different. Inside of 6 weeks for them. Could our defense industrial base absorb that? Could our processes absorb that? What does a requirement statement look like for a 6-week period? And the reality of this, and I don't want to step on Sam's work too much, is they're getting the amount of systems into that combat theater through a vast volunteer network, which is really, really not known. A lot of people gravitate towards the sensational videos that you can find on Telegram or Twitter or wherever, but the scenes behind how are those Ukrainians and the Russians, how are they getting tens of thousands of systems to the line of contact? It's not through standard MOD things. And that's something that we're going to have to really look, not like as a joint, we're going to have to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, how do we do that, but expeditionary, because we're not going to do it with secure lines of communication via the land.
The attritable issue, that's coming up more and more in the Army. They're I don't know, we can say that they're warming up to the idea. They obviously understand that, you can't keep sending these exquisite systems. They have to be attritable. We've heard the Army Chief talk about that. But there are things that kind of stand in the way of business practice, things we do, manufacturability, how we work with industry. So talk a little bit about some of the hurdles and challenges that are getting in the way of U.S. defense being able to adopt attritable drones en masse, manufacture them quickly, they're cheap. And what are some of the things that, in Ukraine, for instance, they're able to manufacture tons and they're supplying them from all over the place. What are some of the things that they don't have to adhere to that maybe, are roadblocks for us?
There's a very important psychological effect here, and that is United States has very expensive but excellent systems that no one else has, and we can build them out to any capability, but they are going to be expensive, and losing that expensive platform in a test, an evaluation, in a test run is scary for a lot of unit commanders, or even developers themselves. In some of the articles we're getting right now about Army testing and evaluation of certain drone technologies based on the war in Ukraine, the issue is we don't have enough small tactical drones. Those that we do have tend to be relatively expensive. So again, losing that system has consequences and a paper trail and so on and so forth. That's not the case in Ukraine. A drone is used, is lost, it is replaced again, again, and again, and again.
Yeah, so I was just a battalion commander. If we lose a system, we're virtually launching the trap. I'm sure there's people standing around the audience right now, like if a Puma goes down in Iraq or Afghanistan, you launch the trap because it was on your CMR, right? Like that's not the case. Like I was signed for that. And it's also how we're building things, and it's some of what we're putting on ourselves. So there are certain levels of systems that we're procuring that are NAMP compliant, like an F-18. The price point for one of the cheaper systems, at least for the Marine Corps, for a quadcopter is around $41K. The price point for a FPV system that can reasonably take out a T-90 with a good pilot is between $600 and $800 on the high side. So that's a huge shift, and Sam hit it. It's both a cultural thing, and it's both what we have a super mature Air Force, and what effect does that have, and how does that culture of how we tend towards those larger programs, how does that bleed into this space, which is taken the back seat for a long time, really since 1918 when the first Kettering bug flew over the trench to solve the same operational problem. They've been around forever. Integrating them and not deconflicting them, that's that's going to start here just as much as it starts on how you budget for them.
Yeah, I mean, are you seeing more incentive in U.S. industry to get after these cheap drones that would work for the military? Obviously a lot of technology is coming from China. That's a big issue, but what are some things that you're seeing from industry in terms of adapting to this idea of being able to mass produce on the cheap drones, so that the U.S. forces have capability in mass, which is what they really need?
Certainly at AUSA, if you walk around, you see a lot more smaller tactical systems. You see a lot more systems which are cheaper, in the tens of thousands of dollars, fulfilling maybe the same mission requirement as the ones in Ukraine combat at a few $100s, but still, going from $1 million to just a few tens of thousands of dollars is relatively cheap for the United States military. So you see a lot more of these type of systems at this specific forum. And you also, if you talk to a lot of vendors, if you talk to developers, those who exhibit, and you ask, have you actually tried the system out in Ukraine? Are you going to do that? Are you building a relationship with someone in Ukraine so you can try it out in combat? And the answer tends to be yes or maybe, which is, again, a major shift.
Yeah, so on the, when you start tying demands from industry to the way the military fights, and you hear a lot of pushback from two different sides. On the one side, you'll hear there's no requirement for that. No one's written the requirement for that. And then the real bureaucratic insurgents will say something like there's no task for that. That's internal to the service. There is no task that is reportable through DERS that compels today a commander to integrate at scale the number of systems to alter the way that our doctrine is used. So why would we think large companies that exist for large platforms and multi-year contracts, why would they shift the business model if there's nothing that says that 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines is now going to integrate X number of systems in order to fight this way, and it's trained and certified by the service level, or whatever Army brigade goes to NTC. There's good things happening on the margins in every service, but it's that phase change, if you will, that shift towards, or that shift away from what we know as American air superiority. That American air superiority doesn't exist anymore below 1 mile. It doesn't. None of our systems are designed to do that. And there's a whole lot of great things on the floor right now where there's, integrating certain things. But, in World War II, America was the largest exporter of low altitude air defense through the Lend-Lease Act. The M17 half tracks with the Quad 50s, we gave thousands of those to our allies, to include Russia at the time, because the threat from the air vector was real, and it was in the rear area, it was in the the assault position, it was in the attack, and you had to contend with it no matter where you were. Those assumptions of entering into ground conflict or being expeditionary forward and not having to think about that anymore, those days are gone.
So in terms of like who needs to take the initiative, industry doesn't, like you said, want to develop unless they see, a requirement. They don't want to put in the investment unless they see that. Do you see a shift in the military being more willing to look at capability? Industry gets ahead, develops the technology, and puts it in front of the U.S. military, and they're able to adopt it. I mean, some services are better than this, but the Army does not have the best track record with that. Or does the Army and the rest of the military need to be better at adapting the requirements more quickly so that industry can react and start developing? Like, what do you think needs to happen? Is there a balance here, or who do you think has a better chance of stepping up to be able to accomplish what needs to be done?
Well, there's one good example. For example, Army has a initiative called Project Sandhills, and Project Sandhills, which is public, you can Google it, is a very interesting project. It uses tactical UAS and tactical UGVs, unmanned ground vehicles, to practice breaching operations. So they're taking available solutions from the private sector, and they're trying to see how they can be adapted relatively quickly. And they go through these systems on a regular basis. So apparently attrition is built into their operations. So this type of experimentation is key for a service that is as large as the Army.
Yeah, and we can take this, so learning from conflict. We can take this back to the Russo-Japanese War. We had observers in Manchuria watching nascent use of, crazy ideas back then like the machine gun or artillery or the use of trenches or radio or wireless communication, torpedoes. That was a relatively small conflict that was going on prior to what became large-scale combat operations. Since the Army let me come in here in this uniform, I'll use their term. What was learned between 1905 and then when we got into the conflict, we're in that period right now. We are watching in Ukraine that Russo-Ukrainian conflict where these nascent capabilities are being used, and what we did do in that pre-World War I period is we doubled down on our existing doctrine to not change. We questioned the use of the machine gun at scale. I can go down the list, but then once we got into contact, good men died, and then you had to change. And then once we left the end of the conflict, there's 5 or 6 machine guns in every squad. Just like what we're seeing right now with, when you take a look at an Army outfit or a Marine Corps outfit, there's a dozen or less systems in a company, perhaps. In Ukraine, 10,000 systems are being used a month. That's the feature, not the bug. So that's a mindset shift that we're slowly going to creep towards, and I'm confident that we'll figure. There's the tech that's available on the floor here is amazing. We'll get there. We need to be able to get there before we get into conflict and figure this out the hard way.
One of the things you said kind of jogged my memory on General George's speech today, where he said, last year a brigade going through a CTC rotation deployed to the box with 11 uncrewed aerial systems. Our transformation and contact brigades now arrive with over 140. Is that enough? Is that getting to 140? It almost reminds me of when the Army talked about tactical operating posts out in the field, like, oh, we can move this in like 7 hours, and now look at how things have evolved and being able to move command posts around the battlefield. That would be laughable now. So what are you seeing that kind of gives you hope when it comes to, you're a Marine. Marines are doing things differently. So if you could talk a little bit about, how you're rapidly getting after making sure that you're massing the capability, and what you think, on the joint side, the Army and all the other services really do need to be doing, so they get well beyond this. We have 140 UAS in the box now.
Yeah, it's so all of the concepts use some version of this. Move away from a platform-centric into a capability-centric method for both procurement and for employment. The Intelligent Robotics and Autonomous Systems section that was in the Force Design 2030 update put out the 3 principles of martial robotics, and the first one was the human element in robotics integration remains central. And it sounds like a cliche term, but it's starting with the people first. There is nothing that these systems are going to provide that is going to give like a 1-for-1. One soldier, if I give one, that's just not how it works. Especially when you talk about the manpower outlay that you have to, the upfront manpower investment to integrate at a meaningful way. That is above what your current manning is right now, and that's off-putting when you put that on a curve. But that's if you look at robotics as a interdisciplinary field, John Deere does the same thing. And I can list off the different companies that have integrated robotics to give outsized effects to existing methods. That's a great example to observe. Another, the Marine Corps has a primary MOS for small UAS operator, Group 2 and below. It's 7316. The Marine goes through basic training. They go through Marine combat training. They then report to Camp Geiger, where the School of Infantry is, and their schoolhouse for small UAS operations is inside of the Advanced Infantry Training Battalion. So that infantry training continuum for a Marine, they do the same thing. They go through the School of Infantry, they're riflemen. They then go to Advanced Infantry Marine Course. They then go to a series of schools. These small UAS operators do their initial MOS training with those advanced infantry courses. So when they learn how to, when they're learning how to fly with all of their basic unmanned qualifications, level 1 and level 2, they're doing their flight hours on a live mortar range. And they're using the sensor integrated with the 0341 mortarman to do the call for fire. They do the same thing at advanced machine guns. There was a neat video where Ukrainians put a Mark 19 system in the indirect, and it was like, oh, look, the Ukrainians figured it. Like, that's been in the pub for decades. It's simple math. Pairing it up with UAS is mildly novel. Marines have been doing that for months. Like, even prior to what that example was. It's not well known, but it's starting with that professionalized, and in some cases, the specialization of that person to operate those systems, because the level of ML or AI to just any soldier, any Marine, any drone thing that reads well, but some of these FPV pilots that you see the numbers that they're putting up as far as the attrition rate, they're World War I like pilot ace famous right now because of what they can do under goggles.
I also wanted to ask about the budgeting side of the house. That's something else that the Army is trying to tackle when it comes to drones, and they're doing it in the Counter-UAS spectrum as well as the electronic warfare capabilities. But they're pursuing more agile, flexible funding from Congress, basically asking for capability buckets, condensing line items that are just unique specific drone capabilities, for instance, down to a manageable few lines that give them more capability to buy this tranche of drones, that tranche of drones when it becomes available. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But what does a joint force need to be doing to manage all of this? As this is something that I think the Pentagon is interested in doing as well in terms of flexible funding. It makes sense to do it with drones because of how quickly you need to procure things. And what are your thoughts about the pursuit of being able to buy drones more quickly and easily? And how do you manage this sort of influx, and whether the Army is actually pursuing the right capabilities if they're moving that quickly?
We always go towards how do you buy things fast? We need to buy things faster. We need to buy. It's like there's really nothing wrong with our acquisition system. It works pretty well. It's designed for bigger things with longer program life, but as it functions, it's not bad. It doesn't matter how fast you buy things if you don't do all of the other things to integrate it as well. And here I am, I'm about to say, .MLPF approach in public, but that's real. If you didn't change your doctrine, if your organizations aren't, if you're not doing your training, if the material's not there, if you're on a ship and you talk to the ship's captain, it's like, hey, I'm going to store 500 highly flammable lithium batteries in this space. Is that okay with you? Get off my ship. Okay, we probably should have sorted this out before we thought that we were going to, So there's all kinds of other things in time and space that have to be started through that capability-centric approach. The replicator is it's very interesting to a lot of people, and I'm sure in this building. What does that mean? What are the things like? So it's not a program. It's a method to buy things fast. Okay, well, if you want to get things fast, but then your service chiefs also have that Title 10 man, train, and equip, you better get your .MLPF in one bag before you expect OSD to give you a bag full of money. And then also understand that you own the tail of that, which I don't think a lot of services understood that. I'm probably talking out of turn right now. But it's not just about buying things fast, but that goes back to, for me, the underlying theory, the thesis is, once you balance the equation of there's no task for that and there's no requirement for that, when you balance that in the way that our system works, then you got something.
And since the war in Ukraine casts influence on a lot of developments here in the building today, essentially a lot of initiative is taken by soldiers themselves, by frontline units, because the threats to human life evolves much faster than the information about the threat can reach the top brass, and a security measure or a regulation can be formulated. And so on the front lines in Ukraine, there's a lot of this fast evolution, sometimes contrary to official regulations, contrary to official documentation of how certain parts of the war should be fought.
Okay, that's a really, really good point. On the experimentation side, how do we get better at experimenting with drones? I mean, we can learn from what we're seeing, but when you take drones and you want to put in experimentation, so for how it fits with the U.S. military, how do you get after more operationally realistic environments so you really know what you're getting is going to be maybe potentially more survivable in some of these super challenging areas, electromagnetic spectrum, for instance? There's so much control to how the Army and others evaluate generally that kind of trickles to how they test drone capabilities. So what are some of the ways that the military could potentially evolve to get after experimentation as they bring more drone capability in, to be able to mimic more what we're seeing?
There's a ton of good work going on out there. There's a ton of experimentation that's going on, just generally for robotics in general. Also understand, when we talk about robotics, the ground robotics, EOD has been using these systems for decades. So for segments of the military, this is nothing new. It's just like they look at someone talking about like, where have you been? There's two camps that I see. There's one that's like, hey, no matter what they're doing, just put it into their hands. They'll figure it out. They'll run fast. They'll break things. But you got to get it into the the corporals and the sergeants' hands. I don't disagree with that. All of the best things that we were doing at the Advanced Infantry Training Battalion, where that UAS school was stood up, once you got the program of record system into the hands of the grunts with the 7316s, and then you put them into the field together, they were figuring out how to generate their own, attritable mesh-tastic networks through an ATAC with mortar spot plot with the UAS control tool to do a 81's mission with no FDC and no forward operator all over the meta of that entire network. Okay, I didn't figure that out. That was literally a gunny and a staff sergeant that figured that out. And it was amazing. Round out 30 seconds from the sensor of a Skyraider within 5 meters impact. We did that like a year and a half ago. The other school is if you're really going to get after it and you're going to institutionalize it, you've got to, like that experimentation has to take into account, how many spectrum managers exist on your post or in the MEF? Does your range training and management treat a Group 2 system literally like a cruise missile? Some places do. So it's like, no, you can't fly that here. That's a cruise missile. I'm like, no, it's not. So you've got to do both. So the large experiments that are funded and sponsored that like integrate all of the high end stuff, that's happening all of the time to include actual cruise missiles. But those things where we see the smaller systems integrated in primarily ground units, that's it's not seen as we have to change in order to get after that right now. So that's not happening at a faster rate or at a commensurate level.
Do you think that you're in the Marine Corps, so I'm about to ask an Army question, but maybe you've observed this more on the joint side. But do you think that the Army is wrapping their brains around yet? Drones are not just ISR. You got to see them as a wide variety of other things. They are using them as network nodes to connect the battlefield better. That's one way they're using them. Lethality. We talked about that. How there's drones that are also they're looking at it as launch defects, lethal launch defects. We get into that space. So how are you thinking about the evolution of how these services are looking at drone capability, particularly small drone capability that we're seeing more in transforming in contact units, more and more experimentation there. But if you could kind of walk us through how you've seen that change.
Yeah, so for, I love that I get to say this term at an AUSA. So the MAGTAF, right? I ask these questions. The Marine Air Ground Task Force. The Marines always fight to keep the MAGTAF together because of the organic air capability. The MAGTAF wasn't a thing until 1955. Helicopters became a thing in 1955, and a commandant was like, hey, I want to make that as an added element to how we do amphibious warfare. We're going to have a air envelopment with the surface envelopment. And then we're off to the races. So that capital A has always kept that unit as a expeditionary combined arms type of formation together. The way it's being viewed and the way that that I think is more natural, could be argued is more natural to Marines, is we have that organic air. You put that lowercase a into that lowercase air component or other robotics into those ground formations, and you give those formations an outsized advantage as compared to the larger unit itself. So just a theory of mine is that because I'm an infantry officer, when I'm out on a MEU, I can talk to my Apache friend, Apache pilots, my Harrier pilots, my CH-46 pilots, well, MV-22 pilots now, in the wardroom. And then when we go into a zone, like I know what their voice sounds like. Having organic air is super, super natural all of the time. Putting, that thing, again, giving those ground units all of those other capabilities it's just like, okay, yeah, why not? And on the air side, There is nothing more boring for an Apache pilot or for a Cobra pilot than to fly a square in the sky and talk to me. And it's also really expensive. And if you replace that with a Group 2 system or a robust Group 1 system, you save that maintenance hour. You save that sortie for that platform that's designed to do something much more high-end. So, when you look at how the branches within the Army, that's, there's some elements of that where it's like, okay, it's not like they hadn't thought of that, but that's not the approach. That's not the standard way to go about doing things.
And I believe there's a program of record in the Army where a reconnaissance helicopter project was canceled in favor of a consideration for Group 1, Group 2 UAS, exactly because of what Travis just discussed.
In terms of technological challenges, within the drone space, we're looking at electromagnetic spectrum challenges. We're seeing that play out in Ukraine from, obviously jamming's been around for a long time. That's been a threat. But, in addition, the GPS denied capability, what capabilities does the U.S. military need to focus on now for drones to be don't have to be as survivable, but they do have to survive enough to accomplish their missions and things like that. So, how are we looking at technology to make drones more survivable in some of these situations where the electromagnetic spectrum is very challenging? If you could kind of weigh in on what you're seeing in that regard at this point.
So when you look back at the initial August and the September Ukrainian penetration in and around the Kursk region, there was a significant, the term I use is a digital breach. That's what they did. There was a significant electromagnetic, they were spoofing, they were jamming border guard radios, they were projecting their digital image in other places in order to mitigate the threat against that organic air, those FPV and gravity drop systems that the Russians were going to use against them. And they were able to, make that traditional maneuver, breach through those physical barriers and not get attrited in their assembly areas and their attack points. All through EW. So if you don't get that part first, and we used to be really good at that when we fought against, when our named threat in the 60s and 70s had that capability. We used to be really good at doing that. That's a lost art now. I spent the preponderance of my 20s in the CENTCOM AOR. Not too many of our adversaries over there ever even tried to fight. Like, they just weren't. So we got lazy, and we're going to have to relearn that. So that part in building our approach from the data up, and that's the bedrock for me in the capability-centric approach, is where you start.
The United States is one of the global leaders in military autonomy, and the U.S. has been experimenting with military autonomy for quite a while. In fact, U.S. and China are probably the only two countries truly leading the way. But in Ukraine combat, there's a lot of experimentation with different types of autonomy, alongside some of the more, familiar tactics like fiber optic cable, which also negates the effect of electronic warfare. And here at AUSA, there are some vendors who are actually exhibiting fiber optic controlled UAVs for exactly this type of EW counter. So again, some of these technologies are not really new. They're just used in slightly novel ways at different levels in Ukraine.
Since you did bring up China, I wanted to ask if you could talk about the differences in possible drone warfare with an adversary like China, versus other adversaries, including non-state actors.
Yeah. So again, we're using the use case of Ukraine heavily, and that makes sense. There's a lot of bad lessons that you could take away as well, because it's not to the point where it's like, no, we're just not going to fight like that, period. But there's a reason why the character of the conflict is manifesting in that specific way. It is largely a land fight. Yes, the Black Sea aspect. When the Black Sea Fleet is no longer in the Black Sea due to a navy or due to a country that doesn't have a navy, through the combined use of robotics and cruise missiles, you're like, maybe there's something there. The other portion is not just looking at Myanmar. There is a low cost to entry. There's virtually no barrier for anyone to go out, figure out how an electronic component works, and make a system that you can buy at Best Buy into a high threat vector. A lot of people know that. What's going on in Myanmar right now, that is, rocking the federal, the national forces back on their heels through the use of those systems. You're seeing it used by drug cartels throughout South America.
Sudan, Syria, Iran, Hezbollah, right?
Yeah. So it's it's also worth noting, this is not an abroad just issue. Think about the ability of your local law enforcement to contend with someone who wants. So this is this capability area has so many use cases, and it's got such again, the robotics application is cross-cutting. Figuring out how to integrate or how to counter in silos is not the best way to do it. When England made their chain home defense, they didn't just do anti-aircraft and radar, right? They made the Spitfire. The Spitfire was developed off of competition racing, and that's how they got there. There's more details to that, but they got a capable aircraft because they use these things in in sport, and got really good at developing the tech. So when I see things like the Drone Racing League and things like that, there's an obvious pivot, or there could be a pivot away from the sports that we. I was on recruiting. I was RS Baltimore, but the high school football program, or we could do the drones. There could be something to that. I will just say.
One of the Russian volunteers who supports Russian forces says that this war and the next war is going to be the war of the nerds. He actually said, bespectacled nerds who are going to be far away from combat, controlling all manner of robotic and autonomous systems. And obviously there will be still uses for soldiers, for humans to go in the field, but more and more different technologies are going to start slowly but surely replacing humans, or at least removing them a little bit further from combat. And we're starting to see some of those patterns emerge in Ukraine right now.
I wanted to ask more about autonomy. I've been covering the Army and drones for about 14 years, and I just remember how you basically have to be in control of a drone at all times to having a great degree of autonomy that we're experimenting with. Are there still areas in autonomy where we haven't quite reached that would be a game changer? Is there anything kind of technologically holding us back in terms of autonomy for drones, or is autonomy there where we can just send a lethal munition type drone into battle space without the man in the loop comfort zone? Where are we with the comfort zone of autonomy? In your view?
I mean, there's a lot there. The third principle of martial robotics was the Marine Corps needs to be able to counter an enemy who's willing to operate at machine speed. So we can talk about ethical AI, and we can talk about how you curate a data set. You can make a data set find a lot of things. It's not hard to do. Going back to the first principle, that human element remains central. So we could talk until this place closes down about that. So yeah, do you? I mean, the question is, can can you afford not to? Not in like a cost settings. So when you look at certain systems use, I'll go back to Ukraine, because of the significant EW use, you can get a system through certain areas and effects, but you can't control that last terminal phase and that data set that's going to look for the thing that you ultimately want to hit. Like, so, or if you don't, you get a loss of link and it dumps itself and you lose it. So those are the questions that you have to ask from a technical side, like why am I going to use this? What is the value proposition of putting that there in the first place? But then also on the ethics side, like, okay, what happens when this thing goes off the rails? Like, was it the commander that said launch, all the way back to the person who wrote the code? That's an interesting conversation when you talk about actually taking life in combat.
In Ukraine specifically, I think Ukrainian officials are on the record a few months back, maybe a little longer, when asked about ethics and AI, their answer was, we have to survive, and so we have to field a system that offers an advantage, and then maybe later we'll discuss that. Ukrainian officials, Ukrainian drone pilots are also talking about increasing use of autonomy, sometime this year, maybe next year, more lethal autonomy, more independent autonomous operations that is more accurate and can actually distinguish between not only Russian military assets and Ukrainian military assets, but also between a military and a civilian, and the line between military and civilians is often blurred in that conflict. So again, they're on the record and they're claiming technology development that can take them there.
We are almost out of time. Wanted to ask your opinions on, do we need a drone corps?
So the you see how Ukraine is making theirs. They're making theirs in active combat, and I think that matters when you juxtapose how we made our Air Force post a World War II victory in about the ugliest way possible. I would argue that back then you probably needed a strategic air arm, and then you needed a strat airlift. Did you need an entire new service? And then did you need this I'm surprised I haven't been thrown out because I've said Air Force and MAGTF and all kinds of stuff. But I think that matters. So does there need to be? For us right now, I'm still saying it no.
It's an interesting question. Do we need an actual separate bureaucracy, military bureaucracy that will govern this institution, or do we need embedded forces, embedded units, and education at the tactical level that allows each soldier, each unit, each squad to not only know the threat level coming at them, but also the ability to field different types of UAV systems against that threat at their disposal?
Well, unfortunately, that is all the time that we have. Please join me in thanking our panelists, and as well as our sponsor, Red Cat. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
I'm keeping you from the happy hours around the showroom floor here. Thank you so much, Undersecretary, for joining me at the end of day 2 here. I'm sure your feet are tired, so I'm glad you have a chance to sit down with me.
It's great to be here, Jen.
Yeah, and you've been very busy. You've participated on quite a few panels and discussions from air and missile defense all the way to how to work better with small and non-traditional businesses, everything in between. I did want to ask you about one of the bigger initiatives that the Army's working on, which is transforming its network and C2 systems. So what are some of the ways that the Army's tackling this? There's policy, there's capability, to how it plans to, how you plan to work with industry and tap development in the commercial market. What are some of the things that you're chasing after to get this right?
Yeah, I had a great fireside chat today with the Vice Chief of Staff of the Army. And the way I talked about it was, if you look at a lot of our mission command systems, they developed over many years in a siloed stovepipe fashion. And anytime we had to bring them together in an operational environment, like a command post or a TOC, it was stitching a lot of boxes together. And they all had redundant network capabilities, or they all assumed they had to connect to the network separately and differently from each other. We can't fight that way. And so I think a lot of the focus on this C2 Next effort and what we call the fix of the network is both simplifying the network infrastructure to make sense and make it easier to use, and also taking advantage of things that didn't exist 10, 15 years ago, like P-LEO satellite constellations. And on the C2 Next side, it is starting a program of record that's going to be very different from others we've had in the past. It's going to be looking at that data layer and the visualization layer as a wholly integrated C2 system, and one that we were going to be rapidly iterating on over time and not necessarily developing over 5 to 10 years.
Right, absolutely. How quickly can next gen C2, which is what you're looking at for the future, obviously C2 fix is very much a part of that, ensuring that what we have now is going to be capable moving into a new capability, next gen C2. How quickly can that be brought to the force in a meaningful way? We've seen some really interesting pilot happen at the beginning of the year as part of Project Convergence. But we've had a chance to kind of move some of this into some units using Transforming in Contact initiative to kind of flush out some of the things that could work when you look at a next-gen C2 capability. But there's organization, there's the technology, there's the budgetary hurdles that exist that you need to work through to modernize the network that makes the U.S. The most capable warfighting force. So, along with that, how do you think you can bring this on with all of these challenges?
Well, the good news is we've had a head start. So for about a year now, both the G6 and the CIO teams have been working very closely with Army Futures Command, the Mission Command Center of Excellence, all of the network stakeholders, NetCom, to really look at simplifying the network. So the great news is it's not in a single program. It's across multiple budget lines. It's bought by various program offices and different organizations and commands across the Army. Looking at the hallmarks of what we need, something that is low signature on the electromagnetic spectrum, easy to use, easy to set up, can be survivable in a contested environment. We're looking to streamline that, and it's happened already. So we're iterating this with the brigades that have gone into transformation and contact, and we're going to continue to experiment with that over the next several months. And I think as we're doing the C2 Next piece of it, which is the software and data layer that rides on top, you'll start to see some capability drops as soon as this program gets started, which we said we're looking at third quarter of this fiscal year, but I'm looking to see if it can be accelerated even sooner.
Okay, well, that'll be something to watch. In terms of also bringing on capability like this, you are looking at doing more flexible funding. Network obviously isn't one of the first things that you're trying, but you are looking at the ability to bring things in faster, to do things more quickly, to develop things more at a rapid pace. In order to do that, flexible funding is a tool that you're looking at. UAS, Counter-UAS, as well as electronic warfare. So in terms of getting after that, in discussions with Congress, do you think you're making progress in, this becoming a reality for the next budget cycle? And how do you see that potentially progressing if this works? What are some of the other areas you might want to tackle for flexible funding?
Yeah, and so just to restate why we need it, you have built into our appropriation process a projection of what our requirements are going to be 2 years ahead of the game. And if there's a CR, there could be longer than a 2-year wait time until you get the resources to be able to do what you planned to do 2 years ago. So a lot of what we're asking for is flexibility we're going to propose in the 26 budget submission, mostly in those 3 areas you mentioned, by consolidating budget line items. So what does that mean? Across the various programs of record and areas of spend that we have in EW, Counter-UAS, and UAS, what we hope to do is to have enough flexibility within how those budget lines are structured that when we're in the year of execution, when the 26 appropriation gets passed, we'll have enough flexibility that we don't necessarily have to go to a reprogramming. And that will mean a significant amount of time savings and the ability to compete and bring in new technology very quickly. The feedback we've gotten from the Hill has been very promising to date. I think a lot of members recognize that we need to do something different, just given the constraints of our budget process. They also recognize at the Appropriations and Authorization Committee staff level that there's a need to try out new approaches. Rather than asking to do it across a wide section of the Army's budget, we came up with 3 use cases that we think illustrate the need to go fast and give us a good example of where we could use this authority. What we're working on right now with the committees is discussions about how we can ensure that we maintain proper oversight for Congress and how the money gets spent at the same time that we have the flexibility without having to necessarily go through a reprogramming process.
I wanted to ask about the software policy.
Yeah.
That gets after some of the, it's not just the network, it's not just C2, it's everything takes software and requires software, and the path to upgrade and modernize many things going forward will be through software. So talk about how important the software policy is and what it does now as it's taking shape. And what are some of the things you're still kind of trying to iron out when it comes to software policy?
Thanks for asking, Jen. It was a big sea change for us and a recognition that, as I always say, technology and innovation isn't the problem. It's just how we adapt our institutional processes to bring it in. So the software directive was really designed to do that in many ways. And if you look at what it calls for, it's really tailored to those instances where we're doing true software development, writing code, generating new software products, not when we're buying commercial off-the-shelf, ready-made commercial software. If we are doing that, we want people to go on a fixed price basis, buy that software, and go off to the races. But when we're developing something new or highly customizing an existing software product, we have found that many times those programs can be over budget and deliver much later to need than we need. So part of this was recognizing we needed to change all of our processes, how we write requirements to not make them too prescriptive, how we do development for software programs in this nature to make sure that we're following industry's best practices, incorporating user feedback, testing things differently, because we don't have a testing regimen that is custom to just dealing with software. We know how to test missiles, tanks, and helicopters exceptionally well, not so well when it comes to software. And then on the back end, how do we deal with sustainment? Because this is not a tank that you're going to go and reset. It's software that needs to continuously be refreshed and upgraded.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's very helpful. The Army Chief began an initiative about a year ago called Transforming in Contact, I think we're calling it now, where units are given capability at scale to see what works and what doesn't, and how formations should or might be organized, with certain capability in mind. So what's been beneficial about this? What are some of the things that you've observed kind of come out of this? And how is the Army working to ensure the service does in fact learn from these efforts and be able to actually make real adjustments?
Well, I'll start by saying this. One of the reasons that the Army has historically had an innovation adoption problem is because of an unwritten rule we had given ourselves. We could not buy a capability or develop a capability until we had planned to field it to the entire Army. we thought every enterprise solution needed to be fielded to every unit in a very standard way. Once we walked away from that central tenet, it opened up a lot of flexibility on how we experiment and try to buy new technology as it evolves over time. So what's different about transformation in contact is, maybe 10 years ago, we would experiment with brigades and give them new technology, and we would see what they would do at NTC, but then we'd take it all back and they'd go back and fall on their old equipment. Now we're leaving them with equipment. That is essentially a fielding event. And so we're learning a lot about how they use it, how they incorporate it, and what works, recognizing that, whether it's an uncrewed aerial system, a loitering munition, a small unmanned system, it may be replaced in 2 years by something completely different. So it's okay that we don't have necessarily a defined requirement for that, in the traditional model. And I think we're learning a lot about how we do tech scouting, what's out there. I also think we're learning a lot from units about how they're employing this technology in really innovative ways.
I had a panel on drone capability here about an hour ago. A lot of focus was on how do we get around the producibility of drones? Ukraine churns them out. They're doing it in wartime. I mean, there's the other challenge of a lot of Chinese technology that it's even part of what's American industry is developing on top of that technology. So there's a lot of challenges in getting after rapidly producing drones that you're willing to throw away. So talk about how the Army is trying to overcome the mentality of these are exquisite, expensive systems and we must save them and have a logistics tail, to it's okay if half of these things in the air don't survive. So there's that challenge, and then just the manufacturability of these, and the price point of it. How are you trying to work through that with industry?
Great question, and I'll answer it in 3 parts. I think first, the main thing that we have to do is recognize that these are attritable, almost disposable systems in the case of some of these small uncrewed systems. And one of the ways that the Army started shifting is even in the buying model. So as recently as last year, we started buying UAVs off of our chess contract, which is typically an overarching contract vehicle we use for routers and switches and other commercially available network equipment. So commercial UAVs and COTS systems like this should be no different. If a unit wants to buy it off the list and it's approved, go out and do it. The second point that I'll make is ensuring that we have an understanding of how we want to support or sustain them. And I do think that in the field, we want to experiment, for example, with 3D printing of rotors, the ability to rapidly upgrade some of the components on the uncrewed system. But generally speaking, we don't plan for a long sustainment tail. I mean, these are, as we said earlier, attritable systems. And the third part, I think, is where I think a lot of other allies and partners are looking at the same problem set. It's how do we stimulate a demand signal that will actually foster investment by the industrial base. So we have very strict rules legally about what sourced components we can buy from, which is an appropriate standard to follow in terms of what kinds of UAS systems we can buy. I think as we continue to send a demand signal, domestic industry will respond to that. And so some of the initiatives like Replicator across the department, some of the directed requirements that the Army is buying off of, it's all designed to do the same thing, is to send the message to industry that this is a capability we need to have.
That kind of resonates in terms of the Army Secretary's comments about requirements for producibility.
Yes.
Because, industry also culturally has a tendency to wait for requirements to answer your capability needs. So
right.
That's a bigger signal. You sat on a panel on air and missile defense yesterday. Talk about some of the things that you're doing to build up air and missile defense. The Army has, for a very long time, Patriot units have had the highest Optempo, but this is going to be so much more than that. You have new threats. You have, even from the drone threat all the way, to complex hypersonic threats that you have to take on in the future. Probably in the 2040s, even scarier things like decoys and maneuverable ballistic missiles, things like that. So I know the attention is now on this. Talk about how the Army is building its air and missile defense capability to take pressure off the Patriot units, but also to build a more layered capability.
Yeah, I would say it's a significant area of emphasis for us in our Army budget, and it has been for the last several years. As I said on the panel, when I first came to the Army and I worked in Army acquisition, about 15 years ago, the Army was largely walking away from air and missile defense. Programs were being canceled.
Short-range air defense is gone.
NEADS, the list goes on. And so the sense was that many of the threats that we needed were on the ground in terms of IEDs, and we could take risk in that portfolio. Fast forward to where we are now, we face a range of threats that include some of the small UAS systems that we just spent time talking about that are proliferated on the battlefield, all the way to ballistic missile threats and hypersonics. And so Army air defense capabilities has to be able to meet that range of threats that is dynamically evolved. So there's been a lot of investment. I will say that it has become one of the areas of our budget that has seen a sustained level of investment over the last 3 years that I've been in this job at a pretty healthy growth rate, mostly because the demand signal has not abated. As you note, we could not produce a Patriot battalion quick enough to be able to meet the worldwide demand, even though we have announced that we're going to grow 2 Patriot battalions. We are developing an IFPC capability to help offset some of that demand signal and meet the growing demand signal in places like the Indo-Pacific, where the Air Force is performing agile combat operations, and those 9 IFPC battalions are set to come in line over the next 4 years. And then, of course, Counter-UAS, another area where we're growing 9 Counter-UAS batteries between now and FY29. But the range of systems and how we're modernizing them, a lot of investment is going in that area, both kinetic and non-kinetic.
That's going to change continuously.
100%.
The threat evolves every 6 months, if not quicker.
Absolutely.
Right.
But I do think that Congress has responded to the challenge. I mean, we've been able to receive a lot of support and resources to do things like a multi-year buy on PAC-3 MSE, enhanced production capacity, for example, on some of our interceptors for Counter-UAS, as well as on Patriot.
Yes. Okay. Last question, which I know is near and dear to your heart. You've done a lot of work on this, but improving the Army's small business relationships and with non-traditional companies. So update me on what has gone on in the past year. What have you learned? What initiatives that you've begun are working, and how? And what are still some roadblocks in this?
Great question. Small business remains a cornerstone of our industrial base. They provide critical innovation. They are in many ways the non-traditionals that provide different technology that we hadn't used before. So it's really important that we pay attention to it. So a couple of things that we've done is, we have to constantly experiment with finding new pathways for them to do business with us. It's very hard for them to find a way to get on contract if they're only going through the traditional grants we do for small business, or if they try to team with a much larger prime and try to knock on the door of one of our programs of record. So we set up a program about a year ago to actually do something a little bit different. We're creating an incentive structure where DoD integrators and primes will get source selection credit if they bring in a small business that we have already invested in the past. So whether they received an OTA or a SBIR grant, any of the above. And we've actually had success. So 3 of the programs we started this pilot with did down selects, and they're all ACAT 3, ACAT 4 programs. But every single bidder on those programs had teamed with a non-traditional or a small business startup that frankly was one of the companies that we were looking to target. So we hope that this is something we can scale, and it's going to be helping us to bridge the valley of death. But we've got a long ways to go. And I have one more thing, if you have a minute. So cybersecurity for small business. It is a major area of concern, and with CMMC compliance coming over the horizon, it is a huge cost for some of these small businesses to overcome. So we're announcing at AUSA something that is new. It is a CMMC compliant environment that is going to be provided by the Army and funded by the Army. We're going to be setting up a process for small businesses to apply and essentially do the work in this environment, whether it's collaborate with each other, do some software development, share information and with each other within the company. But they'll do it in an enclave that we can ensure is CMMC compliant. And we think this relieves them of the cost of having to do that.
That is a really great idea. It just reminds me of efforts at certain organizations I've been a part of that had cybersecurity breaches, and looking into the cost of that is almost prohibitive for a lot of even companies that do well.
That's a cost on both sides, I would add.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for taking the time at the very end of your day. So now you can go enjoy the receptions on the floor. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much, Jen. Great to be here with you.
Thanks.